Hej, hej. so it's not going in the room. Welcome. This is an audio record check.
Can hear. They can hear. We need a ding ding ding. You. If everyone can be seated, please. That doesn't mean you have to stop talking. You can keep going. Thank you all for coming today to the beautiful Napa Valley here at Grgich Hills Estate, one of the legacy vineyards and wineries dating back over 45 years now. We are so happy to have so many dignitaries here and to welcome you with warmth and happiness. A little bit about Grgich Hills. We are a family-owned estate, certified organic and regenerative winery. And we take seriously the care of our land. And I'm also going to talk about roots of peace and our friends and not why we're together. I'm going to let my employer, Violet Grgich, talk about that a little bit. But just to say that we are proud to be standing shoulder to shoulder with farmers around the world, cultivating peace through agriculture. It's one of our values as a winery, and it's one of the values of Roots of Peace, which is why we're such a great tag team together and have been for the past 20 years. A little bit about why and how you got here today. A group of women were sitting in a vineyard not too far from here, talking about how we could make a difference and how we could draw attention to the fact that it's 25 years since the signing of the Ottawa Treaty to ban landmines, and draw attention to the great work that has been done for the past 25 years and how we can build on the best practices and what we've learned throughout that time. I'm happy to say that's why you're all here, so that we can start to have that conversation on a yearly basis, is the hope, and share those learnings with people like Ukraine who are going through and starting to deal with what a lot of you have already dealt with in terms of removing mines and creating opportunities for your farmers going forward. We're very proud to be part of that. Why is this called the Festival of the Bells? Now that's another story. We're calling it the Festival of the Bells, of which this is a summit, because when Violet was a child, and she and her father were working at Chateau Montelena Winery. They were walking across a bridge over a small lake there. And with her child's eye, she saw something glinting in the water. And with that child's energy, wanted to find out what it was. To which her father said, I'm not sure, and she was insistent. That thing was a bell. It was tied to the branch of a tree and had fallen in the water, so only a child could see that. She picked it up, and she still has it today. Matter of fact, it's a cord, usually a cord around her neck or in her car. She wondered where the bell came from and why it was there. A few years later, they were down in the Central Coast delivering wine to a town down there, and she saw a small store, and in that store window were all of these bells, the exact same bell. It was an unusual bell. It wasn't a normal bell. She found that bell, and she wondered, wow, how did that bell get there, and how did I find the same bell? It turns out that the person who owned that store had chosen his favorite places all around the world to tie these bells, and wondered if anybody would find that bell and return it to him. She found it, and she saw the bell, and she returned it to him, and he said, it's such a miracle. And her father thought it was such a miracle. And in contemplating this particular festival that we're going to embark on over the next 2 days, we wanted to draw attention to the fact that bells throughout culture and throughout history are a call to action. They're a call to listen, and they're a call to be attentive. And now, because you are all here today, as we launch the Festival of the Bells, you become the bells, and we together make a sound. With that, I'd like to introduce the owner and proprietor of, or the co-owner and proprietor of Grgich Hills Winery, Violet Grgich.
Thank you so much, Sally, and especially thank all of you for being here at Grgich Hills Estate today. This event is very meaningful for us. We have very deep roots. My father is from Croatia. I don't know if you can see that lovely picture behind there. He's standing with Heidi and digging a shovel. He was born in Croatia and suffered through the Second World War and never forgot that experience. In fact, to this day, I don't walk into my house or get into my car without thinking that this could be blown away and I could have nothing. So when my father met Heidi, he came to me the next day and he said, Violet, I have met a woman and she is a force of nature. She is doing great work, and if she sets her goal to it, she will accomplish it. And that was Heidi. So that was 25 years ago. And in fact, my father told Heidi that Croatia was filled with landmines. And it turned out that Grgich, Croatia, was the very first field that was demined by Roots of Peace. My father actually went with Heidi and Heidi's 13-year-old daughter and walked those minefields on her 13th birthday, your daughter's 13th birthday. So we've been supporters of them ever since. In fact, on the 25th anniversary of the Judgment of Paris of 1976, where my dad made that Chardonnay that was judged by the French to be the best in the world, we invited restaurants, wineries, countless people to come and celebrate that, and that whole was a benefit for Roots of Peace. So I think we raised over $80,000. That was wonderful. So. And Heidi has put it to great use. And she has gone from a 1-2-woman show in her basement to now doing more work than is possible. It's not just about demining. It's about being able to take that land and actually bring it to productive use. So one of the things that we are here at Grgich Hills, we grow grapes and we make wine. Wine makes people happy and it brings them together. And that is something that peace does as well. So that is why this is entitled Peace Through Agriculture, through the right farming practices, through really getting to the root of things. The most basic thing in the world is dirt and the earth. And if we can work together to produce peace, it will be fabulous. I'm losing my words now. It's hard to speak after Sally and before Heidi, since they're both forces of nature. But thank you all so much for coming here. We are just thrilled and honored to host all of you. It is very, very special to us. And I hope that this is one giant step towards ridding the world of landmines. And with that, I'd like to introduce Heidi Kuhn's video. Thank you.
Global greetings to my fellow Scots. My name is Heidi Kuhn. I'm founder and CEO of Roots of Peace, a humanitarian nonprofit dedicated to the eradication of landmines and the planting of sustainable peace worldwide. My roots began in Scotland in 1701 when John McNair was born in Dunbarton, Scotland. He came on an intrepid journey to Wiscasset, Maine, and helped build the eastern seaboard. And his descendants came in search of gold to California and founded, as a founding family, the Roots of Marin County. The story of courage and bravery was instilled in my heart. And through these beautiful towering redwood trees of Muir Woods, namesake for another great Scot, John Muir, I stand and invite you to join me on taking intrepid footsteps for peace to eradicate landmines from the face of the earth. Roots of Peace began with a vision from the living room of our Kuhn family home in Marin County, drawing from the ancient wisdom of these ancient redwood trees and a dream for a more peaceful world. For by removing a landmine and planting a grapevine, it is an act of peace. The forest is an enduring symbol of peace. It is in these same woods that American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had a vision to gather delegates from nations across the world for the first United Nations Peace Conference following the horrors of World War II. And he dubbed these redwood trees as the temples of peace, to inspire the world to draw wisdom from the ancient peace written by nature into the rings of these beautiful trees. For the past quarter of a century, we have facilitated the removal of over 100,000 landmines, unexploded ordnance, and planted over 6 million fruit trees worldwide. We have impacted the lives of over 1 million farmers and families, spanning 10 countries: Afghanistan, Angola, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Cambodia, Croatia, Iraq, Israel, Palestine, Vietnam, and most recently, Guatemala. But let us be clear, this work is far from over. There are an estimated 60 million landmines perilously hidden beneath the soil in 60 countries around the world. Let us cultivate peace through agriculture. Redwood roots intertwine with each other to share nutrients and shared nourishment. We must do the same as human beings. We must intertwine our purpose with the plight of others. Such is the mission of Roots of Peace. We aim to provide our fellow human beings with the support necessary to grow, to endure, and to flourish. So as we set off on our Footsteps for Peace journey to commemorate the 25th anniversary, let us never forget that world peace starts at the roots.
And with that, I would love to introduce Heidi Kuhn.
Dearest Violet, I have no words to thank you as my sister in peace, and to your father, who is turning 100 years young on April 1st this next year. That's no joke. And it's with that generational wisdom, I think, as two women, two mothers standing here, that we are calling forth from the roots where Roots of Peace began 25 years ago. I went to Ottawa to witness the signing of the Ottawa Treaty to ban landmines. I went with 3 vintners. I asked Robert Mondavi, Tor Kenward of Barringer, Eric Wente, would you go with a mom? I can't imagine a world where our children, who we give birth to, 8 pounds it takes to detonate a landmine, and it's the average weight of a newborn child. There's 60 million landmines today in 60 countries. And Violet and I are here not only to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Ottawa Treaty, but to know that a quarter of a century later, there are landmines that are currently being laid in Ukraine. And how dare we not dig deeper, to build upon the vision of turning mines into vines, killing fields into vineyards, war into peace. I humbly say I don't think it's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C., respectfully New York, London, Geneva. Why not, at the beginning of the season of peace on earth, let roots of peace be planted from the heart of the Napa Valley to the vineyards of Ukraine that have flourished for thousands of years, producing grapes, wine, and certainly not the bloodshed of landmines and the temptation for an innocent child to step on a landmine. So this is serious business. This is the business of peace. It's the economics of peace. And Violet, I just would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. May peace, let the peace begin on earth, and let it begin with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to tell you why I got into landmines. What does a Marin County mother do? Why? I don't have to. I can run the beaches and hike the mountains. I don't have to worry about landmines. I live in Marin County. I was 5th generation born and raised. But what's taught to us throughout generational wisdom is to respect the land. And all children deserve the right to run the fields without the fear of landmines beneath their feet. I'm going to pass this around because I don't know how many of you have ever held an inert landmine. This is an anti-personnel landmine. It cost about $3 to put in the ground and about $1,000 to take out. Daniel Yuval, I'd like you to take it and pass it around. You'll be up next. And when I was a student at San Rafael High School on April 30th, 1975, when I was 17 years old, the Vietnam War ended. This is called a bouncing Betty. Again, 8 pounds of pressure. It will detonate in all directions, fragmenting a child's eye, losing a limb, and the hatred goes on for generations for the person who put that landmine in the ground. Tara, I'm going to have you pass that around. Vietnam today, over 45 years after the war ended, there are over 100,000 Vietnamese that have been maimed or killed by the explosive remnants of war left behind. I've worked in Quang Tri province with my family, my children, my 4 children, that I left to go to Ottawa to do something for peace. And never would I have imagined, with the help of every single person in this room and so many people, you know, we have turned vision into reality, but we have so much more to go. I'll leave this last one, you know, just because I really want to drive this home. Again, can you imagine the spring, you know, when the flowers grow, a child running across a field in Bosnia-Herzegovina, repatriating to their land, picking flowers for their mother, they're back home. Boom, boom, boom. This is going to be the destiny of Ukraine if we in this room, from the heart of the Napa Valley, have a sense of apathy. Go Christmas shopping. I love Christmas. I just decorated my tree. But how dare we not give a gift to the world, a gift of demining, the beginnings of a little small piece of land near the Baltic, on the Baltic Sea, near Odessa, where 5 vintners are now on the front line fighting for their country. They were vintners. When the snow melts, when the spring begins, we are committed to raising millions of dollars from this room to eradicate those landmines and to plant peace this spring 2023 like never before. Ambassador, I will pass this from Azerbaijan. There's really not too many other words to say, but this journey has been documented on many continents. I've walked the minefields of the world, something I would never, ever imagine saying. And my youngest son, Christian, is here in the room. And he was 2 years old when I started Roots of Peace. My children, other children weren't even teenagers. And you can imagine what my friends said. With his mom from Marin County, she thinks she's going to go take out landmines. Be nice to her children. She's what is she thinking? But we did it. We did it together. And it was done because ABC 7 News, who was filming this in this room, Cheryl Jennings, news anchor, again, when they ask you your blood type, when you walk through a minefield, it doesn't matter if you're a journalist, Republican, Democrat, you're a human being walking on behalf of others. And Cheryl Jennings in 2005 walked the minefields of Afghanistan with me and my 18-year-old daughter, who with Cheryl had raised 50 million American pennies for peace, collecting pennies to take out landmines in Afghanistan and to restore the land so the children, boys and girls, could be educated. We built nearly 6 schools, the most prominent one in Mirbochakot, north of Kabul, in the beautiful Shamali Plains. And that field was demined by another vintner, Diane Disney Miller. When she wrote me a check for $200,000, she said, "You remind me of Dad." Well, I was in the basement looking at pennies for peace. I had never seen a 6-figure check. And I said, Mrs. Miller, who was your dad? And she humbly looked at me and said it was Walt Disney. So with those Disney dollars and with ABC 7 News, a decade later after a Taliban attack and walking through Vietnam for a 3-part series and also into Qatar last month, or not a year ago, as we were evacuating families. It's my great honor to introduce ABC reporter Tara Campbell, who came into my life in February when the first attack was occurring in the fields of Ukraine. Tara Campbell. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you all for being here and having me. As Heidi was mentioning, KGO's history with Roots of Peace goes back 2 decades. Retired anchor Cheryl Jennings has taken numerous trips with Heidi and her team. And I had the honor, my first week at KGO, I've been there now almost a year. My first week was February of 2022. And my first story was actually with Heidi. At the time, she was working to get some of her female employees out of Afghanistan. They were, as we know, largely under threat. And I went into this story knowing that there was such a storied history with this nonprofit, and I was sort of, well, very new. So a little bit of weight, felt a little bit of weight on my shoulders. Cheryl Jennings had such a fabulous and well-known career at KGO. And I arrived at Heidi's house, and I'll never forget it. She was just the most warm and compassionate person. And I thought, this is gonna be okay. This is gonna work out. I'm gonna be able to tell a good story here, because I could feel her passion just for this calling. And we had a conversation. I did the interview with her, and then we got onto a Zoom call with 2 of the women who she was working to get out of Afghanistan. We Zoomed with them from her home in San Rafael over to Afghanistan. And that compassion and warmth shone through, and you could see the hope that these women had, that and just belief that things were going to be okay. And I think it speaks volumes to the efforts that are done on a consistent basis by Roots of Peace to bring, certainly planting fruit trees and eradicating landmines, also bringing a lot of hope to a lot of people in very desperate situations. So with that said, it's been my honor to continue to cover Roots of Peace over this last year. Most recently, a story that I did was about what we're talking about today, is the threat of landmines in Ukraine. I had the pleasure of speaking with Daniel Yuval, who we're going to hear more about. He was young when it happened, a landmine survivor. It's been more than a decade ago now. But he's worked very closely with Heidi to raise awareness of landmines, and I had the opportunity to speak with him for that story, now 22 years old. But what's interesting about that story is that Heidi was talking about landmines and sort of raising the red flag about landmines in Ukraine before really anybody. I had done so many stories about Ukraine, and nobody had said anything about landmines. And of course, Heidi did. So that was this summer. And just a week ago now, I was doing a story on Ukraine with a volunteer on the ground there, separate from Roots of Peace. But it was interesting what this volunteer said. She said, one of the biggest concerns going into the winter wasn't just the cold weather, but the landmines in the woods, and that these people in the liberated villages, these small villages, they often rely on going into the woods to hunt, to gather firewood, and they're afraid to go in there this winter because of the landmines. And my mind just immediately went to Heidi, and less than 4 days later, I had an email from Heidi talking about landmines in Ukraine. So very happy to be here today. Really what I'm here to do is introduce the story that Cheryl Jennings did, over a decade ago now, with Daniel Yuval, who you're going to meet shortly. She actually traveled to Israel and Palestine, where he is from, and did a feature story with him there. So I think we're going to play that right now. And again, thank you all for having us here.
The humanitarian organization has made a historic mission to the Middle East to honor a little boy's request. That child lost a leg to a landmine in Israel, and his wish to free the world from landmines started a movement. It ended with Israelis and Palestinians working together in the fields of Bethlehem. ABC 7 News anchor Cheryl Jennings has the story.
This little boy doesn't realize just how dangerous this path is. He's taking a shortcut through an old minefield in his village in the fields of Bethlehem. This young boy, Daniel Yuval, started a campaign to get rid of landmines. He won the attention of a California mother who runs a nonprofit to remove landmines. What happened is making history. Israelis and Palestinians working together to remove old landmines, turning this deadly field into this, a land filled with opportunities. Mines killed nearly half a dozen children here and many adults. But the Marin County humanitarian organization Roots of Peace stepped in to get rid of the mines. They provided this video.
This is anti-personal mine. Those are parts which we took out from the minefield.
The founder of Roots of Peace, Heidi Kuhn, delicately negotiated a historic partnership between Israelis and Palestinians,
which allowed us, Roots of Peace, to be the first ever humanitarian demining organization in the Middle East, helping bring forth food security and jobs.
And as we remove these landmines from the earth, we pray that the children may walk safely and shepherds may tend to their sheep.
The villagers are extremely grateful to Heidi, a California mother of 4 who answered the call of young Daniel Yuval. His right leg was blown off by a landmine in Israel's Golan Heights in February 2010. He was playing in the snow with his brothers and sisters. They didn't know it was a minefield. He was only 11.
What did he say to you? He asked me, as a mother, if I could help him create a mine-free world.
How many years did it take you?
It took 3 years.
San Francisco Israeli Consul General Dr. Andy David provided immense support.
It's just to prove that Israelis and Palestinians can work together, can bring peace together.
Daniel and his family came with Heidi Kuhn to visit ABC7 just a few months after he convinced Israel's government to pass a bill to ban landmines that aren't needed for defense. Daniel partnered with Heidi and Nobel Peace Prize winner Jerry White in that effort. Jerry also lost a leg to a landmine near the same area as Daniel. The money for the project came from Napa Valley vintners Paul and Shirley Dean, who donated $500,000. Heidi flew between California and Israel more than half a dozen times. She met with top leaders, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, and religious leaders. She persuaded a retired Israeli army colonel and a Palestinian mother of 4 to team up for this project.
We look to see the Israeli children and Palestinian children playing in the lands without mines.
And Heidi met with the leader of the Catholic Church in Jerusalem, who gave her the first ever peace medal in the church's history to honor her life-saving work in the name of a young hero, young Daniel Yuval.
This little boy helped change the face not only of his nation, but across borders all over the world, and we are well on track to helping him achieve his dream for a mine-free world.
Cheryl Jennings, ABC 7 News.
Well, turning now to
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce Daniel Yuval 12 years later.
Hey everybody, I'm very honored and excited with the opportunity to stand here in front of you and tell you my story. My name is Daniel Yuval, I'm 23 years old from Israel. I was injured by a landmine when I was 11 years old in 2010. It was the first time that I had ever seen snow. My family and I drove for 2 hours on Saturday morning to the north of Israel for a day of fun. Ironically, during the car drive, I talked with my father about landmines. He told me that there were some mines in Israel left over from previous wars. I asked him what the chances would be of coming across one, and he told me they were very low. It seemed like the whole country had driven up to enjoy the snow, and there was a long line of cars snaking down the highway. The police diverted us in a different direction than the mountain we were headed to, due to the heavy traffic. We stopped on the side of the road and got out of the car to play in the snow alongside hundreds of people. My mom stayed in the car with my 2 younger sisters because they were cold. And I got out with my father, brother, and sister. We raced to the top of the hill, and I got there first because I was the most competitive one. I noticed a large rock covered in ice, several feet from where I stood. I thought to myself, I need to get to that rock, and I told my older sister to follow me. Unfortunately, that turned out to be a bad move. The water suddenly exploded around me, just a step away from that rock. I lost consciousness. I woke up on the other side of the rock and had no idea what was happening. I could hear my sister screaming and tried to stand up, but felt an incredible pain and immediately fell back down. My father managed to keep his calm, despite seeing 2 of his kids in an explosion. He quickly ran to my side and told me everything would be okay. He took his shirt off to bandage my bloody leg and used it to bandage my bloody leg, and he realized we had entered a minefield that had been placed there 40 years ago. Due to the rain, snow, and neglect over the years, the sign and fences that should have warned about the minefield and prevented people from entering were long gone. This could have happened to anyone. My father carried me and my sister to the ambulance and hesitated with every step. I was painfully aware of everything around me, but still so confused and afraid. I kept saying to myself, I'm strong, I'm brave. I felt that I needed to believe this, to be able to survive and not to fall apart. I was rushed by a helicopter to the hospital and immediately underwent emergency surgery. I understood that my leg was ruined immediately after the blast. I woke up from surgery without it. I was aware of the situation and mostly upset that I wouldn't be able to go to the boxing tournament I was training for, or run as fast as I did before the injury. My rehabilitation period was very difficult. I had to wake up every morning at 5 a.m. and start painful physical therapy. I had to learn how to walk again, and I had to come to terms with my new disability. My right leg was missing below my knee, and I had lost most of the calf muscle on my left leg. Despite the severe and agonizing injury, the first thing I told my mom was that I didn't want what happened to me to happen to anyone else. I told my parents then and there, that I want to make a difference. A few days later, Roots of Peace reached out to me. They told me that together we will be able to work to make a change. Roots of Peace helped me reach Israeli leaders. We met with Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister at the time, and we managed, due to our efforts, we managed to rally the support of many Knesset members from different political parties. For the first time in Israeli history, a demining law was passed in the Israeli Knesset in 2011. My name is Daniel, which in Hebrew means God is my judge, and I accept that. My life changed that day, without a doubt. I remember the story of Daniel the prophet that was saved from the lion den, and I knew that I'm also in a type of a lion den, and I must do good deeds to save myself. From a normal kid who was interested mostly in friends, school, hobbies, and kid stuff, I decided to set new goals and help as much as I can. This understanding motivated me to be involved in the demining campaign. Today I'm a psychology student and working in an Israeli software startup, and before that I served in the Israeli army. It's important for me to give back to society as much as I can. If we all do that, the world would be a much better place. I would like to give thanks to Heidi Kuhn for inviting me, for being such a positive force to me. She always inspired me to do great things. She has dedicated her life to do wonderful things all over the world. The atrocity of landmines brought us together, but they don't define who we are. There are millions of landmines hidden in the ground throughout Israel. They are being taken out slowly and painstakingly. Those weapons are dangerous and need to be clear. There need to be fences around them so people will be safe. We never know how strong we are until we're faced with disaster or crisis. There is a saying, shit happens. That day it happened to me. Trying to reach that lone rock on the hill has changed my life completely. I didn't have a say in the matter, but I definitely had a say in how I coped with it and how much I would let it manage my life and prevent me from reaching my goals. I decided not to let it. We all have our own rocks that we are trying to reach. Some of them will empower us, and others will harm us. No matter what you face, you can always find the courage within you to rise up and enjoy the snow. Thank you.
We got a standing ovation.
Thank you.
Where do I go from here? Well, here we go. Well,
in Israel they say, but you just hit a home run.
well, it's hard not to have tears in your eyes because we should all feel the tears of the children who Daniel represents in Ukraine, in Azerbaijan, in Israel, in Vietnam, in Angola, Zimbabwe. This is the time, this is the season of peace on earth. And I implore you with all of my heart to join us at Roots of Peace and with Violet Grgich and the leadership of the Grgich Hills family. Thank you, Violet. Now we will get into the next phase, and we are so proud to have so many dignitaries here with us. And before I introduce our moderator, I would like to ask us all just to take a quiet moment of silence for the unspoken loss of children, farmers, families, a cow in Ukraine today, because this is what we're here for. It's the season of peace. and we need to take a moment, whether we're Christian, Jews, or Muslims, but to pray for peace in Ukraine. Thank you. Our moderator today is Dr. Kenneth Quinn, Ambassador Kenneth Quinn. Is the former U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Cambodia and served as President Emeritus of the World Food Prize for 20 years, following a 32 career as Foreign Service Officer for the U.S. Department of State. During his diplomatic career, Ambassador Quinn served as a rural development advisor in villages in the Mekong Delta at the beginning of the Green Revolution, on Henry Kissinger's national security staff at the White House, as refugee counselor at the U.S. mission to the United Nations in Vienna, as deputy American ambassador to the Philippines, and chairman of the U.S. Interagency Task Force on POWs and MIAs, culminating with his assignment as U.S. ambassador in Phnom Penh. Dr. Quinn emerged from these experiences as one of the U.S. government's foremost experts on Indochina. He is widely acknowledged as the first person anywhere to report on the genocidal policies of the Khmer Rouge and wrote his doctoral dissertation on the origins of that radical movement. While serving as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, the development program he implemented of improved seeds and upgraded rural roads led to the complete eradication of the Pol Pot regime. A fluent speaker in Vietnamese, Dr. Quinn, Ambassador Quinn, acted as an interpreter for President Gerald Ford at the White House and personally negotiated the first ever entry by U.S. personnel into a Vietnamese prison to search for U.S. POWs and MIAs. He was also a member of the first U.S. team to ever gain entry to a former Soviet prison in Russia. Ambassador Quinn had an unusual career in that, as he will tell you, he has had to personally confront the threat of landmines, both in the early part of his career as well as when he served as ambassador. He and his family, 4 children, were exposed to violence and the threat of terrorism in the Philippines and Cambodia. Upon his retirement from the World Food Prize in January 2020, Ambassador Quinn joined me in the minefields of Quang Tri Province, the former DMZ, to detonate a landmine on my birthday, January 6th. It was an act of peace on January 6th, 2020. As we planted black pepper on these former battlefields from the Vietnam War and provided jobs for over 20,000 Vietnamese farmers on former war-torn lands, literally turning mines to vines. Ambassador Quinn now serves as senior advisor for Roots of Peace and has truly been the wind beneath my wings since the fall of Kabul on August 15th, 2021. Through his leadership, Roots of Peace now manages $85 million in U.S. government contracts, $30 million from USAID, $55 million from U.S. Department of State, INL, International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. And this past spring, with the support of our 440 Afghan employees, we successfully planted 1.1 million fruit trees in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my greatest honor to introduce Ambassador Kenneth Quinn, extraordinary American, beyond words. And dear, let's see, I'm going to walk you up, dear Ambassador.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Heidi, thank you. That's
thank you.
My great honor is being friend of Heidi Kuhn, right? And is
you
it all right if I sit down?
Sure, please, please, by all means.
So,
thank you, Ambassador.
So thank you for inviting me and having me here. It's wonderful to be here at Grgich Hills Winery and learn about your dad's incredible legacy and connection in demining. So you heard Daniel Yuval speak about that moment when the landmine went off. So landmines, like rockets, and it's hard to explain unless you've been there and experienced this. There's this incredible disorienting moment because you had no way to anticipate, expect that anything was going to happen. A landmine comes from the ground, the rocket from the air, but suddenly it hits. And you're immediately confronted with the question of what's happened? What do I do? How do I protect myself or those around me? And I know that because twice in my 32-year diplomatic career, I was hit by a rocket. Once when I was 27 years old in Vietnam, and a 122 millimeter rocket exploded nearby, killed a number of people, brought down part of a building on top of me. I had to be taken to the hospital, but I was fortunate, emerged from that. And then 30 years later, when I was ambassador, I was in my ambassadorial residence and thinking, oh, this is what diplomatic life is to be, and my wife's there, my 3 children, they're tweens and teens, and once again, in the middle of the night, a rocket hit, blew into our house, blowing out the windows, shattering walls, and then the house is ringed in automatic weapons fire going off. And our 3 children are there, and in this moment of instinct, what's happening, what do? We threw our children on the ground, and my wife and I covered them with our bodies. And whatever your religion, or even if you don't have any, I can assure you that you pray, and you pray like you've never prayed before, that the bullet that comes in will kill you and not your children. It's the moment when you discover how very much you love your children. We were so fortunate that our family escaped unharmed from that. Turned into a terrible civil war. We had to evacuate every American from the country. And we had no Marine security guards at the embassy. This experience was repeated, in a sense, last April while I was driving from West Branch, Iowa to Iowa City. No rockets landed. My wife and I were going 70 miles an hour. I was driving on the interstate when we were suddenly, without warning or anticipation, struck from behind by a truck going about 100 miles an hour. Totaled our car. Somehow it kept it on the roadway. The driver, who was drunk, fled, later stopped and charged. But we were once again in this kind of moment. And from that, my wife is still in physical, we're lucky to be alive. And nothing was broken and nothing bleeding, but my wife is still in physical therapy. And I can't walk for more than 10 minutes or stand up, which is why I asked Heidi's indulgence to let me sit while I speak with you as a result of that accident. And it's very hard for me to travel. And I get invited to come here and there, and I almost always turn it down. But I'm here because of my incredible admiration for Heidi Kuhn, for her passion in what she does, and because I think the world of her, and I can never say no whenever she asks me to do anything on that. But to be here is my way of, my tribute to you, Heidi, for what you do. I'm so honored to be associated with you in this. Now, Heidi and I are not old friends like she is with all of you. We only met in 2019 at the World Food Prize, which is the Nobel Prize for Food and Agriculture, started by America's greatest agricultural scientist, Norman Borlaug. If you haven't heard of him, Google him, you'll be amazed. And in Des Moines. And my last symposium topic was Pax Agricultura, peace through agriculture. And I heard there was a woman with a program was doing interesting things in Vietnam, so I invited her to come, and we meet at a luncheon for the speakers, and she's telling me what she does. And I said, and we bonded over my response. She was saying about landmines. I said, oh, I know a little bit about landmines. Isn't it sobering to think that the last casualty of World War II has yet to take place? Because people are still being maimed or killed by ordnance left over from 80 years World War II. And we were instant friends after this. Heidi said, you've got to come to Vietnam with me. We went there just a couple of months later. We're in Quang Tri. I got to have, can you imagine somebody, what do you want for your birthday? What present? Oh, I want to detonate a landmine. And so I got to be there with her, and we both had our thumbs on the button and pushed at the same time. And the mine was destroyed. It was really a magical experience. And while I'm there, we have a group. And I said, let me tell you about why this is sort of my life coming full circle. Because when I was a brand new diplomat in the State Department in 1967, Mr. Ambassador, I arrived from Dubuque, Iowa, thinking, oh, I'm going to go to Paris. I'm going to go to London. I'm going to go to Vienna if I have to. And I'm going to be trained in how to order and serve all those great American wines, because having grown up in Iowa, you couldn't buy wine there, and that. And so I thought, this is going to be wonderful. I'm going to be sipping wines and all these fancy parties. And instead, the Vietnam War, and I was draft age and single and male, and they sent me to Vietnam, not to work in the embassy, not to work in a regional capital, not to work in a provincial capital, but to be out working in villages as a rural development officer, advising on how to implement this new miracle rice that was coming, called IR8 rice, that would double, triple production in half the time, and also how to defeat the Viet Cong insurgents. And what I discovered, I learned the lesson of my life, which was that if you upgraded the roads and you brought in new seeds, you could undermine the Viet Cong insurgents in a way that you couldn't do with boots on the ground or airstrikes. And so I ended up staying for 6 years in Vietnam. I did, as you heard Heidi say, reported the first ever report on the Khmer Rouge, who, when they took over Cambodia in 1975, implemented the most terrible, barbaric, radical programs ever. And in 4 years, 2 million of the 7 million population were dead. I had 150 Cambodian employees in the 1990s. Imagine a room like this with more. And I said, everybody who lost an immediate member of your family during the Khmer Rouge period, put up your hand. Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your child. Every hand went up. Every hand went up. And the Khmer Rouge maintained their control by landmines. They put landmines everywhere. Keep outsiders, every road, in trees. You could not move around in Cambodia, all the landmines. And in the 1990s, when the Khmer Rouge presence had been loosened and the international community, in part, and with Kofi Annan and UN peacekeeping, and we came back, there were still 25,000 Khmer Rouge. And no one could get rid of them. So I went to the Prime Minister and I said, I had this experience in Vietnam, that if we could improve the roads and bring in the seeds, we could undermine the Khmer Rouge and get rid of them. And He said, yes. And I said, but the problem here is the mines. So, Mr. Prime Minister, you take the lead on the demining. We'll fix the road, bring in the seeds. Let's do this. All right. And we're off. And there's this road, Highway 10, which went into an area called Pailin, and was a Khmer Rouge stronghold. Only the Khmer Rouge there for several decades. And I went out with the deminers. I was out there kneeling with them, digging with the trowels down till you hit the mine, and then find it. You step back, you blow it up. Anti-tank mines. They shake the earth around you. And they're so incredibly powerful, so startling. But we got the road demined and ready to go in. The diplomatic corps flew up from Phnom Penh, and we were going to go in vehicles. And I thought, oh, they'll have nice vehicles. No, they had a pickup truck. And the ambassadors all had to get in the back of the pickup truck and sort of hang on as you're hitting these bumps. So I was right next to the North Korean ambassador, and in a moment of great American-North Korean solidarity, he and I are holding on to each other to keep each of us from being flipped out of the truck. And so we drive into the middle of Pailin. We're the first outsiders there in decade, 20, 30 years. And we're driving in, I look over, and here's a couple of Westerners who are standing on the side of the road looking at us. And I said, they don't look like any diplomats from Phnom Penh. So when we got off, climbed out of the truck, I walked over and I said, excuse me, but who are you? They turned out to be Americans. And they said, oh, we're here from Rotary International. We're inoculating Cambodians and children against polio. I went, oh my gosh, Rotary, what a force. I'm a Paul Harris Fellow, by the way, and I have the Rotary, last year I had the Rotary International Award for Excellence in Service to Humanity. So Rotary is this incredible, what I like to call citizen diplomacy. Just like Roots of Peace and Heidi Kuhn, citizen diplomacy, so powerful. So in carrying forward, when I retired, I should say on March the 6th, 1999, the Prime Minister office called me and said, the last Khmer Rouge just surrendered. So we eradicated that single worst genocidal terrorist organization of the second half of the 20th century using landmine removal and agriculture, bringing peace to Cambodia through agriculture and landmine removal. And so I've carried this forward. I work with Ambassador Richard Holbrooke, who was the head of Refugees International. He called me up and said, what can we do for refugees? I said, I call him Dick because I used to work for him, but I said, look, there's three big issues after conflict. There are refugees, where are they going to live? There's food, is there enough to feed them? And there's landmine removal. The UN has a High Commissioner for Refugees, does great work. They have the World Food Program Executive Director. I was just with him in Washington, D.C. Fantastic work. But there's no High Commissioner or UN Commissioner for landmine removal. So I kind of think of Heidi, you're my honorary informal High Commissioner for landmine removal around the world. But as we are now have this moment, because Ukraine is so tragically engulfed in this. I was in Kyiv, 1991. The Soviet Union had just broken up, and there was not a lot of great economic progress then. When I see on TV and the videos, it was amazing what's happened in the last 30 years. And the incredible progress the Ukrainian people have made when they were freedom and democracy. And they don't deserve what's happening. But the prospect is that all of these unexploded bombs, munitions, landmines that are in Ukraine now may be there 40 or 50 years from now, just as they are after World War II, just as they are after Vietnam. And so today, is such a compelling, important event and moment. It's the seriousness of that subject that also got me on that plane to fly out here, if I can be part of this, because it is so very vital. And with these two unstoppable forces of Rotary and Roots of Peace, I feel good about our prospects. Thank you. Thank you for me here. And thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Quinn. Thank you. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just thank you.
You're very kind. Thank you very much.
Well, now it's time for the forum, and we're going to hear from many.
I was supposed to introduce the video. I did.
Okay.
I messed up.
No.
Heidi said you've got one assignment, and that's is to introduce the video about Azerbaijan, and so that we could set the stage for our discussion, and I just can't be in trouble with Heidi, so yes. So let there be a video.
Welcome to Azerbaijan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so
Welcome
much.
to Azerbaijan.
On the occasion of International Women's Month, Heidi Kuhn, founder and CEO of Roots of Peace, made a conscious decision to walk through a dangerous minefield in Azerbaijan at the invitation of Umut Mirzayev, president of International Eurasia Press Fund.
Today, I had the opportunity to do an act of peace, to demine one landmine and to plant a grapevine.
The minefields of Karabakh were worse than Mrs. Kuhn could ever imagine.
Every time we tried to come, we just looked from the far away. We could just, wish that one day we can come. All our memories were there, but unfortunately we could never go there.
I'm so sorry. What humanity can do to one another. And it is imperative that the world looks at Karabakh, the Black Garden, and sees it for what it is, a black garden, and urgently turn mines to vines in one of the most beautiful and rich grape-growing regions in the world. So sad.
The grapevine symbolizes life. So to turn mines to vines, to replace minefields with vineyards, this is an opportunity to lift up the world at this time when many countries.
The soil is the only precious thing on earth, and there's nothing more precious than that. No one has a right to pollute, contaminate it with mines and explosives. I wish on the people in the world peace. I want everybody to plant trees, flourish the land, and have a benefit from it. I wish to see only peace on this land.
Honored to be here on the soils of Azerbaijan with my partner Umut, whose name means peace and hope for the one world we share. This is the Roots of Peace Vineyard here in the heart of Azerbaijan.
In an act of peace, leaders gathered at their private residence to form a partnership with AIP to turn mines to vines and announce a bold global call to action for the implementation of the 18th Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, the eradication of landmines worldwide. This partnership was strengthened in particular the capital city of Azerbaijan, where Alfred Nobel and his brothers made their wealth through oil in the late 1870s. The Nobel brothers would be so pleased with present-day Azerbaijan as a leader in business and energy today, and undoubtedly a leader in what matters most. Together, may we turn mines to vines in Azerbaijan and worldwide.
For we are turning mines to vines by replacing the scourge of landmines with bountiful vineyards and orchards here in the heart of Karabakh. I am so honored to partner with Anima to do the demining. For today, I demine 2 landmines from the face of this earth, and so proud to be with my host and partner,
with the International Eurasia Press Fund to plant peace. We are turning mines to vines. We are firmly planting peace from the heart of Azerbaijan to the world. No judgment who put these landmines in the ground anywhere in the world. We have a job to do to get them out. 60 million landmines in 60 countries. It's time to take footsteps for peace.
Come on up with me. Let's go. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce the ambassador to the United States of America, representing Azerbaijan, who's flown out from Washington, D.C., and his entire delegation with him, the head of ANAMA and all of the entire delegation sent by the president of the country of Azerbaijan. So to the Grgich family, this is in tribute to you, what you have convened here today. Sometimes I just feel like I'm whistling in the wind to come back to beautiful places like Marin County and San Francisco and say, we need to care, we need to care. And they're like, Heidi, get back on the tennis courts. Come, let's play. You're thinking too much about this. No, you, Violet, has made this possible today to end this month. When I took out 8 anti-tank mines, I detonated 8 anti-tank mines on March 4th of this year for International Women's Day before I flew to Abu Dhabi to receive the Forbes 50 Over 50 award. And with this incredible woman who will stand up, whom I met, who has done all the media and press, Adriana, CEO of iVoice, from New York. I mean, it's a band of angels. So we're going to begin the discussion, and I am just like to invite our dignitaries up here. Ambassador Quinn will coordinate this, and as Ahmoud and I called forth daringly in March, may we call forth the 18th Sustainable Development Goal, because none of the 17 others can be accomplished until the mines are out of the ground. So, Ambassador Ibrahim, thank you. Please join on the stage, and I'd like to call the others. Ramil Azizov, the head of a national demining organization of Azerbaijan, please. ANAMA. And of course, our most distinguished guest, which we are really here for today, for the landmines that are being so wickedly planted in Ukraine. The Consul General, San Francisco Consul General, Dmytro Kushnarek of Ukraine. Let's have a standing. Now, we can talk about landmines all we want, but we have to find a solution. And again, as a Marin County mother and now grandmother of 6, on my way to 7, how am I going to reach out to Ukraine? Well, there's Rotary. And I'm a proud member of the Rotary Club of San Francisco, #2, and was an exchange student to Japan, Utsunomiya, 1975, from the Rotary Club of San Rafael. So I was connected with an incredible Rotarian who I'm going to introduce, Shab Elawar, born in Lebanon, and a board member of the Rotary Action Group for Peace, who's flown from Rotary Las Vegas #1, Shab. I'm gonna come over and sit down with you.
All right. So, Mr. Ambassador, welcome. I made that same flight that you did. Yep. The long haul, and that. But I haven't been to your country. It's on my list, high up, so you can see I'm trolling for an invitation here. But I think what's useful for our panel is to talk about the situation you've confronted in your country, and then to talk about what's happening in Ukraine and what might be done there. So, Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador Quinn. With your permission and permission of everybody, I will start speaking standing, because when I have the wisdom, courage, and experience of Ambassador Quinn, I cannot speak sitting. Oh. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. It's very kind.
Grgich family, it's a great honor to be at your estate. Not only because it's so beautiful, not only it's so delicious, but also because it's so peaceful and it's so encouraging. So I appreciate everything your family, your father did and doing. And at the same time, you mentioned in your speech about a force of nature, how your father called Heidi Kuhn, Ambassador. I met her maybe a couple of years after you met her, but all the force you have, all the power you have, and all the courage you have is unmatched. And I really appreciate everything you are doing for every single nation and for every single person, including you, Daniel. So thank you so much for the organization you set up, for the steps you are taking. And I think the world will be and is united behind you. Thank you so much. Of course, my country is one of those 60 countries with 60 million landmines. We have almost exactly 1 million mines, as far as we know. We discover more every day, right? Every single day we discover more. And you have given examples and samples of anti-personnel mine and some other traps people, kids, farmers face every day. But in our lands, which we liberated, we have them on top of each other. Our kids are getting killed because we don't know where they are. Because whenever we find them, we see there is second layer, third layer. So this is what we're facing, and this is what humanity is facing. In the last 2 years, we had 265 casualties. Most of them are civilians, kids, women, farmers, some people just trying to play around. We all saw the footages. Some people call these areas Hiroshima of the Caucasus. I personally went back almost immediately after we liberated our territories 2 years ago. And even for myself, whenever I was trying to go and see the cemetery, the former houses where people lived, I was stopped by our professionals from our mine agency. Please don't go there, because it's so dangerous. It will take billions and billions of dollars. It will take at least 25 years for us to clean up most of the landmines we have in Azerbaijan. But we'll be doing that. We're doing it with our own resources. But at the same time, we really appreciate the help and assistance of all the people from all over the world, but also from organizations like yours, dear Heidi. Because it matters. It matters not only because of resources, it matters also because of the face. The face of people who helped others to clean the mines. These areas which you saw, they were flourishing. They were like Napa Valley. If you look at the pictures before, 10, 20 years ago, imagine we're an energy-rich country, but in late 80s, 70% of all revenues to the budget of my country was coming from wine production. Today, we're helping entire Europe with energy resources, with natural gas, but we were a wine-producing country. So therefore, turning mines into wines is so important, not only because it was like that before, but also to have a symbolism that we're making peace for the world. And as was said before, the world peace starts at the roots. And Daniel, I think you are the best example. We really hope for the peace in our region. We really believe that peace is the best solution for clearing the landmines. Only when you have people to people, when you have understanding, when you have the same mindset, that peace can be achieved only through cooperation and coexistence. Then we'll have no mines, but more wines. Thank you so much.
You know, Mr. Ambassador brings home to me that there are some differences about the international treaty on landmines, and some big countries, including the United States, have hesitated. But the one thing that ought to be able to unite all of us from all parts, that is wanting to prevent the kind of things that happened to Daniel and so many others, that can be the unifying element. But please share with us more now, sitting or standing, whatever is your pleasure, about the experience in Azerbaijan and the actual process of finding and removing landmines.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure for us to be here and to present the mine problem of Azerbaijan in front of you. Azerbaijan faced the mine problem after the war since 1991. It's almost 30 years in those liberated territories that laid mines and unexploded ordnance and improvised explosion devices that we have faced. This is the really devastation. After the war, we have found 900 settlements in those areas completely destroyed. No stone on stone.
Wow.
As Mr. Ambassador told about the vineyards, agricultural plantations, I was grow up in those territories. When I left, I was 12 years old. And when we get back to those areas, I do have almost 43 years old, and facing with the mines. But until my coming to those areas, I do have a 15 years of operational experience, how to deal, because we were waiting these days to go back to clear those areas. Until now, we do have about 3,400 landmine victims. And about 400 of them are women and children. This is the huge of the problem. In some of the operational sites, we have faced like more than 4D mine lines. You have seen, you told about the Cambodian scenario. It's not only in the one previous cold contact lane, but in the beyond of the contact lanes. There were about 158 mine incidents. 116 of those incidents happened in the beyond of the contact lines, so which we are waiting to repatriate about 1 million IDPs to go back to their homeland. And that's why, to clear all those mines, we are developing the resources. We are developing like human resources, technical resources, new methodologies to clear as much as faster to take those people to their homeland. Thank you again for this event that I do have an opportunity to talk about this. Ms. Heidi Kuhn visited to those areas. I saw in the video. You have seen by your own eyes how it's devastated. And the mine incident happened not only, as I told, in the area that we know, but it's in the everywhere, as Mr. Ambassador told about this. We do have a different like coordinates, maps, and information about the incident places. That's why it's honorable to be here together, to build up the cooperation, to say our voice here, and to show our, encourage to clear those areas and to build the plantation, like vineyard plantation or agricultural plantation, to build, to seed the peace to those areas as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so just to continue just a little bit to kind of explore your experience, and this, all the deminers in Azerbaijan are your own citizens?
Yeah, those are all our own citizens. We are giving the training for them, the first, and afterwards they are going to the demining site and they are starting the demining. Actually, we do have some international cooperators that they're involved to this process as well. So up to date, in the last 2 years, almost 80,000 mines were found and destroyed.
Wow. So one of the interesting things I found when Heidi and I were back in Quang Tri province was that the deminers had teams made up exclusively of women. And I asked them, and I asked others, well, what about this? And they said, you know, women tend to be very attentive, very careful, details, and they do a fantastic job.
And Ambassador, actually in Azerbaijan, we are training now women.
Yeah, well, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, we do have a program that's in a coming future. So the women also, they will be also in the demining side. This is why also important, because the female is how, in my country, so maybe in the world, how to say, we
They're
always...
better than us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why all the population that they are waiting repatriation to those areas to see the women in the field, so they will be also encouraged to come back to the homeland as well.
Yeah, wow. And that. So let's take a step now and go to Ukraine. And can't see anything every day we watch the news, but your country there. I was to Ukraine in 1991, to Kyiv, and when you see the video of Ukraine recently, it was stunning to me how in 30 years your country had made such incredible progress as a democracy and that you had built so much, and now heartbreaking to see what's happening, so undeserved what's happening. So Mr. Consul General, please stand or sit, whatever is your pleasure, but share with us what's happening.
Thank you, Ambassador Kuhn. Yeah, so Ukraine definitely through these 30 years has made a huge progress like Azerbaijan did. So we're completely different countries. If you would come now, you would definitely see a really developed, democratic, peaceful country, which used to be absolutely peaceful country. But before that, I would like to say a huge thanks to Ms. Heidi Kuhn for doing this event. It's the second time I'm taking part in the events with the Roots of Peace. And the more and more I learn what enormous work have you already done, and I believe will be done together in future. And huge thanks to Grgich Hills, to Ms. Vail Gingrich for supporting that, being part of that, and doing a lot and forcing us all together here. So it's now 281 days of this war. This Russia started against Ukraine. And at the very beginning, all the world was not expecting us actually to stand strong against Russia. And even the United States were giving us a couple of days. But the reality turned to be absolutely different, and the heroic Ukrainian people have proved that we are strong and that Ukraine definitely will not lose this war. And to the contrary, so Ukraine has successfully managed to regain control, recapture more than 50% of the areas which Russia initially managed to capture the first weeks of this war. And now, losing on the battlefield, what Russia does, when Putin does, they try to use the methods of terrorists. They bomb Ukrainian civilian energy and power and electricity infrastructure, trying to make us go for them for negotiations, to do some concessions, which they will not succeed to do, because Ukrainians, what they say, that now we can be maybe without the electricity, maybe without the heat, and maybe without the water, but most importantly, we are without Russia. And that's why they will never make us do this. But unfortunately, this unlawful war which Russia started against Ukraine, it littered our massive parts of our country with landmines, with unexploded ordnance and improvised explosive devices. And these explosives, how they block access to farmland, they impede reconstruction efforts, prevent displaced people from returning back to their homes, and continue to kill and injure innocent civilians. And we're grateful to the United States for all the help that the United States provide us with the weapons, with all the financial and other support in this war, but also we're grateful for the help that being provided in terms of demining. And the United States Department has awarded $47 million to one California company with which Roots of Peace is actually working with and will be continuing to do so to provide urgent humanitarian demining assistance to Ukraine. So right now, each day, bomb technicians of Ukrainian State Service of Emergency, which is responsible for demining, they defuse between 1,000 to 1,500 mines and munitions and other leftovers of explosive devices. And in Snigorivka town alone, this very small town which has been recently liberated in November, so 1,000 mines and explosives have been found just last week. Just imagine that. And more than 30% of our whole territory of Ukraine has, to different extent, has been contaminated with mines and explosives. So we estimate it's about 200,000 square kilometers have been affected by mines and explosives in Ukraine. This is roughly even more than the size of Virginia, Maryland, and Connecticut states all together combined. And 5,500 mines and explosives have been deactivated last month in Mykolaiv region on the south of our country. More than 8,000 square kilometers still need to be cleared from mines and explosives in Kherson and Mykolaiv, again, which have been liberated just last month. In October, unfortunately, there are many sad stories. In October, 2 children were blown up in a mine near Zaporizhia. Then 12-year-old and 19-year-old suffered from mine in Mykolaiv region. And this 12-year-old boy is still in hospital in a very difficult condition. Young bomb technician specialist who is from Odessa, where I'm originally from, who was doing the demining, he got injured while the mine exploded, and unfortunately, he died. So car with the family got on an anti-tank mine near Kherson in this village of Novoyarsk. 4 persons were injured. One of them was 11-year-old. So hundreds of such stories. Unfortunately, there are also some stories with happy end. For example, when our minesweepers were clearing the field from mines near Kherson, and then they found an owl, a bird actually, with a broken wing. So by doing that, they just saved this bird. And it just happened near Nikolaev on this Wednesday. So, of course, this does not compare with the children's lives, but also, some positive examples which happen. And that's why this Roots of Peace project that they're starting right now with Ukraine is so important for us. Because right now, of course, Russians are targeting our infrastructure, and this is a big problem for our people. But mines, they kill our civilians, our children every day, and everything has to be done to stop it as soon as possible. And I'm glad that this program, Mines to Vines program, Ukraine will about transforming minefields into actual vineyards. This will be done together with Ukrainian Rotary Club, and the memorandum has been signed. And I know you will talk more about that. But it will be done specifically in Mykolaiv region, which I was talking more about in my examples specifically. And it's the southern part of our country, and where a lot of vineyards are, together with Kherson, where people were growing grapes and producing good wine. And because, when Russians occupied these territories of Ukraine, our vineyards just stopped working there, because one of them was the name of Knyaz Trubetskovo. It was between Mykolaiv and Kherson region. It was just on a strategic location. That's why Russians has put a lot of mines around that, and they could not get access to that and could not do anything. So by doing this project, we are sure that it will help save lives of people, will help bring people back to producing wines, to growing agriculture, which will eventually bring us all to peace, which is the most important thing for us. Thank you very much.
We were talking before, and that I had been to Lebanon in 1983 when it was sort of like Ukraine, the most dangerous place on earth. And I went between you go through the Syrian lines, the warlord lines, there was the local army that was pro-Israel lines, and then into the PLO, and then Hezbollah was nearby, and it was really amazing. You have experience in Lebanon, and now we're all anxious to hear what your plan is for Rotary and this amazing collaboration with Roots of Peace.
Well, Ambassador Ken, honored and privileged to be in your presence and presence of great people and other ambassadors, especially all of you. It will not happen, we will not succeed if it wasn't for all of you, from the media to the people who has the little money that can serve on their land or from abroad, from comfort of your home. As the two mothers stood today, and she also indicated that her son, Bart, is here. It reminded me of this young lady in Ukraine when we were in Busha, and that was exactly a month ago tomorrow. And Busha was the front line. Now, luckily enough, it's not the front line anymore, because they, as Ambassador indicated, they've taken over 50% of their land back. But this mother, she was with us when we toured the area. And she was with her son, 18 years old. But this mother was not an ordinary mother. She lost her husband in the war in 2014. And she has a triplet who are 18 years old. Two of them were in the front line, and one of them was with his mother at the moment. And she couldn't be more proud to talk about her husband and what he did. And she showed us his pictures on a fence, riddled with bullets from the Russian, because they knew him and how fearful he was. You see, she was a soldier. He was a soldier. Her kids were soldiers. And when we gave them a little token of appreciation when we were there, they didn't have anything. So the mother stood up and said, and you will recognize this. This is from the army, from Ukraine. She takes it off her shoulder and she gives it to us as a token of appreciation. And her son, at the same time, he takes this off his shoulder and give it to us because they didn't have anything. They were not ready. Why would a person like myself, who came from Lebanon, as Ambassador Ken says, and lived the war? I'll tell you how poor I was. We were so poor that we have one toothbrush for 8 members in the family to use. But I'm going to stop there. But what's significant that the war came. And this child, which is 14, 15 years old, facing the war. We will go to school during the day, and at night, I will carry my AK-47, and I go to war, just to prevent people from coming and violate our family like the Russians violating your families. What got me here? It's a long journey. Why do I have to be in Ukraine? Rotary has no borders, no limits. Wherever we're needed, we are there. You see, kind people like yourself, when Daniel was speaking, I can even feel your kindness. I can feel your passion to express it. You express it by standing up. A young man like him, he's lucky enough to be alive. But 500 children in Ukraine, they're not lucky to tell a story like Daniel told a story. Some of them have died because of the invasion or anything, or mines. When I was fighting in Lebanon, I lost my cousin to a landmine. So that's when I went to Ukraine, it was 40 years ago, through Rotary, to establish a leadership camp for Ryla. And I met the beautiful people of Ukraine. And I could not believe the stories that they told me. I mean, let's face it. You know, we're telling a story about service. And one young man, he stood up from the front line. And he said, I want to talk about my story, about our service project in our club, or our Rotaract club. Their service project is to put nets together for the tanks, to cover the tanks in the region of the war. You see, that's the people who Ukraine should be proud of. With mother, like the mother we met, with children like the children we met, the young people that we met, the resilience of those people we met, Ukraine will never, ever lose. Yes, that relationship spiraled out in Ukraine with past district governor Mykola Stabienko, and now we connect with Governor Vasily. And Governor Vasily, out of 500 governors in the world for Rotary International, he's probably the only governor that carry a gun and go to the front line, fight, and come back and redirect his district. So we could not resist. Day one of this conflict in Ukraine, I was in a meeting with Intercountry Committee through Rotary with Ukraine. And I started that one fundraiser with GoFundMe. Day one, 2 hours after the war started. In 10 days, we were able to raise over $22,000. Right now, we're still going, and now we've renewed our voucher because of the Giving Tuesday last week, and we raised over $3,000. And that money will go to just simple stuff. Thermal underwear, socks, and gloves. Because in that region right now, with the destination, I mean, the destruction that happened to the infrastructure, there is no electricity anymore. The young people, we raised money and we gave it to them. They went and bought some little stoves. Then they took us around. And they were so proud to go and give them to the young ladies in the front line and everywhere. And now I was talking to her the other day. She said, I'm devastated because now they don't have electricity to use them. See, that's why we decided about 4 months ago to put 2 global grants. One, when the refugees were really a problem. I mean, it was devastating when we went over there and we saw the pictures of the train station where we took a ride from Lviv to Kiev, 9.5 hour in train station, and they saw us pictures. You cannot see the ground in the train station when the refugees were leaving Ukraine. Then also, at the same time, we understood the importance of eliminating mines. Well, in one of the meetings, one gentleman, when I told the story coming from Ukraine, stood up. And he said, I want to introduce you to a lady. I said, okay, that's fine. So he said, I want to introduce you to Heidi Kuhn. Okay, who's Heidi Kuhn? So I'm in the meeting. And I always, I said, could we meet? He said, yes. And we met. I can feel Heidi Kuhn's passion, her kindness through her eyes, through her mouth, through her words, through her action. And I said, this is where it is. That's how Rotary, 1.2 million people around the world, including Canada, we connect with all other organizations on the ground to do something, and this time to do something right, to do something good to the people of Ukraine. And what else? First, you got to give them safety. When we were traveling on that train, and I'm looking outside that window, I'm looking all the fields, and I'm looking at the little ladies that she's plowing the field. You know, she's digging in the field with her little boots up to here. I said, this is great. Landmine, remove the mines. These little ladies, now we didn't stop there. Now we have 2 approved global grants. So Heidi says, what do you think? I said, I think our partnership with Rotary and Mines to Vines will shape the world. Not only that, because this is a great opportunity for all of us. For all of us. Today I was talking to Umad, right? Umad, I personally, Mr. Ambassador, I personally will put a global grant with Umad by tomorrow before he leaves to remove mines from Azerbaijan. And we connected earlier, and we will put that global grant, and we'll give you the number before we leave. So, thank you very much. So, when we heard about Mines to Vines, I said, okay. I called to Nikolai, I called the governor, I said, how about establishing a market for the farmers? We will supply the solar, the generators, and the refrigerators. And those farmers will come to that market. They can preserve their produce, and also winemakers and everybody else, the cheese makers, everybody else, vegetables, preservatives, they can have a livelihood. And it takes one person to understand that. She stood up in the meeting. She said, that's it. That's what we want to do. And we put a global grant together. Also, she has all your emails. We will send you the email for the number for all the global grant. But that's on Rotary side. But we have on one website, we will give you a link that you can hit the link, go inside, give your money, we will acknowledge you, and that money becomes part of the global grant that we have. Well, some of you will say, you know what do I have to do in Ukraine? What do I have to do in Azerbaijan? What do I have to do in Vietnam? I'm just going to tell a story, and I'm going to sit down before she tells me to sit down. We have 2 great Rotarians in their Irish Clump Society, Al and Ruth Braswell. And Al and Ruth will give $150,000 to $200,000 every year for the young ladies and for also eliminating polio. And I believe in that, so I wear even the socks to end polio now. And one day, they were giving wheelchairs to people who are affected with polio. And this little child crawled up on his stick, and this Ruth Braswell tried to take him off his wheelchair. But he kept holding on to her arm and talking to her in his language. But she didn't understand what he's saying. So she called the translator. Translator comes, said, "What is this child telling me?" The translator says, "This child is telling you to hold on a few more moments so he can remember your face, so he can thank you again when he sees you in heaven." Fellow citizens of the world, you might not never see the child that you saved from a mine You might never see a child, a mother that was saved from a mine, and you may never drink that wine that will come from Mykolaiv, because George is taking that project over to connect with all the winemakers in Mykolaiv. You might never see them, but I can tell you, they will feel your kindness every time they can go to work and come back serve. The women, they will feel your kindness every time they come to go to their field and they come back safe. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and please give. You know, my grandfather always says, when you build a great castle, every little nail counts. See, this little book was given to me by a lady from Kharkiv, and Kharkiv was liberated a week after we were there in Busha and Irpin. And it says, and this one is about 100 key Ukrainian personalities. And she wrote on it, she says, one man can win a battle, but one man cannot win a war. We know for sure that friendship and partnership can accomplish great things. For Shahab RC Ukraine New Level, who knew for sure what friendship is worth. Our friendship is worth. Our humanitarian feelings, our humanitarian hearts is worth something. So thank you again for the opportunity today.
So Heidi, Heidi, you're about to announce to the press in a few minutes what's going to happen between Roots of Peace and Rotary Ukraine. Do you want to add something about what's involved there very briefly? And then I'll come back to have our other panelists have an opportunity to, is there?
Well, I'll just be very brief, but I'd just like to bring to everyone's attention in the beautiful programs that were created by Megan and the Grgich Hills team and Sally, but a beautiful letter from the Rotary, the president of Rotary Club of Ukraine, Ukraine. And it's a young woman who actually knew the grapes and the vineyards and the beautiful areas. And through the leadership of Job, who I just met 4 weeks ago, we signed an MOU, and we are committed to taking out the insidious landmines and reclaiming the beautiful vineyards, and a beautiful letter also you'll see from the Consul General supporting this effort. And we will formally announce this here today, turning mines to vines in Ukraine with Rotary Ukraine as a Rotary member of San Francisco. And I know your father's an honorary member of Paul Harris from Roots of Peace. So we're going to be giving you one as my gift to you to say thank you to you, Violet Grgich. And my gift to you is a Paul Harris Fellow. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. So here in the last few minutes, I like to offer you all a chance to say a few final words, but also perhaps to help with that, you don't pose a question. You can ignore it or not, or say you have something else you'd like to make. What was, if you had one wish for today, for anything, and of course your wish would be the end of the war and peace, but for any practical element about landmines or others, is there that one thing that you wish you had more of, or that stands out as a compelling need? But please feel free to whatever other comments you want to make. Mr. Consul General, why don't you go first?
All right. Well, of course, the wish would still be, the end of the war, but we used to say any end of the war like tomorrow, but no, for us it should be not just peace, but a victorious peace. And victory for us is just liberation for our land. We don't need anything else. Just for Russia, leave us alone in our own borders and let us do what we want. But of course, if it's one wish for the whole world, like that there is no, and connected to the mines, there will be no landmines, which would kill especially children or just injure them. And that would be, if like next morning they would just disappear, it would be a great happiness for us, for all the world, definitely.
Yeah, so I'm a consultant to the African Development Bank, led by my great friend Akinwumi Adesina. And one of the things that is so impactful is that this attack and war made on Ukraine has caused incredible dislocations in Africa in terms of grain availability, grain imports, fertilizer, and this continues, for years, can have a truly devastating impact globally as well. This has been brought home and there have been some things done, but still, peace through agriculture, so essential. And that, is there one thing either for Azerbaijan, or maybe there's one experience you have had in Azerbaijan to share with Heidi and Shab and their new collaboration?
As a professional in a mine action for 15 years, if I would have some opportunity that to wish something, to stop and to push forward this process, I would to stop the mine incidents in my country. Today, the number of the mine victims, 268 people. Every month, the new number is coming to this number. And our aim is that by the different ways to stop this prevention, to prevent those incidents, that to make it possible that 1 million refugees to repatriate to their homeland safely.
That's it. Mr. Ambassador, appropriately, the last word is yours.
Well, Ambassador, thank you so much. It's a very difficult question you posed. But I think everything revolves around people in our world. So my probably best wish would be to have more people like you sitting in this room rather than people who lay those landmines.
So I have a wish as well, listening to Daniel and Vicky speak about bells and startups in Israel. Israel is an amazing center of innovations, particularly in agriculture. They do a lot of work in Africa and other places. And I wonder if, in keeping with your ideas, if there only were some way to require that every country that makes some munition had to put in it some element that could be detected by some type of device. And the device would have a bell on it, so that as you carried the device around, whether in Azerbaijan or Ukraine or wherever, whenever you got near one of those mines, the bell would start ringing. And you would know that this is where this is and where we need to stop, and don't go any farther until we can come and destroy it. Wouldn't there be, if there was a bell that might have rung, Daniel, as you were there climbing in the snow as a young man? And if your experience and what happened to you as a result of this day might inspire someone to try to do just that, and could be, the legacy of your life and the legacy of your dad's life and the Festival of the Bells. So that's my wish. Now, can we have a round of applause for our panel? This was wonderful. This was wonderful. Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to meet you.
15, 20-minute break, so please get up, get something to drink, and just enjoy meeting every single person in this room. They're all extraordinary.
Photographer to take a picture.
Yeah, Daniel, come up.
You come up
here?
here?
Yeah, Daniel, you come with us here. Violet.
Yeah.
Violet, Daniel, come on. I need some women. Festival of the Bells.
Somebody with a camera.
Everybody take your place, please. We're going to start round 2. Panel number 2, please take your places.
There you go.
I'll introduce.
Ready to attention? The raffle is in 5 minutes. If you're not here, you can't win the car. It's not working. Oh man, Powerball.
Thank you so much for being so patient. And again, we cannot say enough gratitude to Grgich Hills. And I'd just like, before we start, just say thank you to the entire Grgich Hills team here today. And please, yeah, to all of you. And, you know, these are quiet people behind the scenes, but they make it happen. Another one, Sherry Ferris, please stand up. President of Protocol Professionals. Has brought all the wonderful dignitaries here and has worked with me for 25 years. And the videographers, of course, not only ABC 7 News, but very quietly in the back. And at the end, if you would like to take a look at this broadcast, which is being live streamed around the world. And we will have the edited version available to all of you at the rootsofpeace.org website. So to Peter Zabelin and Arc 8 Productions, their entire team, thank you. And to Philippa and Christopher Fry, who are the proprietors of Cross Media Productions. So with that, we won't waste a moment and get on with the show. So we're now reconvening. Of course, Ambassador Quinn, let me not stand in your way. No. The infamous Mighty Quinn, I call him Ambassador Mighty Quinn after that.
Emphasis on infamous.
Yes, the infamous Mighty Quinn. We're also very honored. You know, I'd mentioned, you know, humbled and honored to have received the Forbes 50 over 50 women. They paired us this year with Forbes 30 under 30 women, invited the multi-generations to Abu Dhabi. And, you know, we were women of substance on International Women's Day, and I met this incredible woman, you know, from New York, and, you know, I was a war correspondent in Colombia, and now I have an international media public relations company. How can I help you get your message out? Well, this incredible woman has not only been my right-hand force for the past, you know, since March, but it's my great honor to introduce war correspondent and entrepreneur extraordinaire, my dear friend Adriana Aristosbal. Thank you. Thank you. And you know, it doesn't happen without the policy. And an incredible woman born in Laos and is the executive director of War Legacies out of Washington, D.C. And she is the incoming chair of the U.S. campaign to ban landmines. She's just come to us from ICBL conference in Geneva, Switzerland. It's my great honor to introduce Sarah Gulafdada. And then, you know, as we talk the mines, but it's critically important that we heal the earth, and we don't just go planting trees. Now, we know when we demine and we replant, it creates carbon credits. So, you know, it's really a value chain. We're a business model for peace. We're restoring the economics of peace. But you just don't go, as I'm told by the experts here, planting a tree, because you have to respect the soil, the good earth that we have been given to shepherd and cultivate. And the leader in that, who has been on TED Talks, you know, I'm just very humbled to be in her personal presence, Elizabeth Whitlow, Executive Director of Regenerative Organics Alliance, based in Sonoma County, California. So. And the Fieste de Resistance is the gentleman that I met, well, nearly 25 years ago. And he had just come here to the United States. You know, he experienced the Balkan War, the Croatian War, actually, you know, the Serbs and the Croats. And a young man and his uncle said, please come to Napa Valley. You're a winemaker, you're intrepid spirit. Come to Napa Valley and help me make wine. Well, this is the distinguished winemaker as you enjoy these beautiful bottles of Grgich Hills, which I hope you will all bring to your holiday tables, Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's, and throughout the year, because they're giving a percentage of the proceeds back to Roots of Peace. And he is the pioneer of regenerative agriculture, which really brought us here today. Mines to vines, but digging deeper and doing it the proper way. It's my great honor to introduce Ivo Jeremaz, and again, his children here, like my children. They have all grown up, 6 of them, and we're just so proud to have families committed to peace. So Ivo, and over to you, Ambassador. I'm gonna get back here.
First, I just want to note, Heidi, before you go here, remember I asked before about women deminers. We also have an amazing array of women leaders in all of these other aspects. And to be honest, I think if we're ever going to get there and make this serious dent, it will be because of women providing the leadership in that regard. Because men haven't gotten it done.
Should I leave?
Yeah.
Should I leave?
Huh? No, you and I can stay here as sort of token representatives of the past. Yeah, you know, I'm sure you're doing wonderful things, but I'm the window dressing here. So we're going to see a video about Guatemala. So first order of business.
Mi nombre es Ricardo Acabalto Gil. Yo me dedico a trabajar en el campo como agricultor. Yo tengo 4 hijos. Uno vive en los Estados Unidos. Él se fue a migrar porque aquí no hay trabajo, buscó trabajo. Yo le dije, no te vas, dijo, porque allá está muy peligroso. Te vas a morir allá. Mire, papá, me dijo, si me muero, me muero. Él decidió ahí y se fue.
Si toman este riesgo es porque no tienen cómo satisfacer sus necesidades. Nosotros queremos dar a las familias guatemaltecas la oportunidad de completar sus sueños aquí en el país.
Okay. That's it. Okay. And that. All right. So first session, we had kind of Ukraine on the front page and Azerbaijan. Heidi's been there. But now we have a chance to talk about 2 countries that should be on the front page, but not anymore. So Adriana, I want to turn to you first. And I'm anxious to hear what you have to say because your experiences, I just wasn't aware of this. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm a former war correspondent from Colombia, and I was covering the drug war from the front lines between 1999 and 2004. And I left my country due to death threats from a terrorist group. That was how I migrated to the United States in 2004. And it has been interesting to see the developments of my country. Colombia has 60 years of war that has produced 10 million victims. Those victims, from that number, 12,000 people have been victims of landmines. And it's interesting to see also how the 64% of those victims are members of the army and the police, because one of the biggest jobs that they have is to clean up those fields that have the problem of have all these devices across the country. A decade ago, we have 32 states, and the government has 15 or 20 years ago, they detect landmines in 31 regions. The good news is in 2016, my country signed a peace treaty with the FARC, who is one of the oldest guerrillas groups in the world. That peace treaty has been leading my country right now to have more hope in the future. As a product of that peace treaty, 13,000 ex-combats former guerrillas members have been supporting all the efforts of the mining in my country. That is important because that effort from those men who before used to be, were assigned to plant those mines indiscriminately in different regions in the country, so they know where those mines are, so they are telling to the authorities where those mines are. So the efforts of the mining have been in some progress. Nevertheless, we have in the past 768 regions with high standards of contamination for this kind of devices. From this number, in the past, since the peace was signed, all these efforts has been leading to the cleanup of 468 regions. But still we have 300 regions that are highly contaminated, which is the problem. I was looking at the devices that Heidi was showing us at the beginning of this conference. The problem with the devices that we have in Colombia is that those devices are homemade. The guerrillas produced these devices were things that they found in the kitchen of their houses or sometimes in the garbage. So they are very unlikely that when you have technology to try to detect where those devices are, it's very likely that the army is going to detect where they are. That's one of the problems. Other problem that we have is that after the peace treaty was signed with the guerrillas, with the FARC, with this group, and after the paramilitaries group were also deactivated in Colombia by a former president, so we thought, oh, it's amazing, we are gonna find the peace, the FARC is gone, the paramilitaries are gone, we have just one less group to sign the peace, and it's gonna be over. But we were far away from that one because those individuals that used to belong to those groups that are not interested in signing the peace, those individuals went out and create new groups. So now we have 60 new groups in Colombia of different kind of guerrillas that are fighting for control of territory. What they are fighting for? Control over the coca plantations, control over some territories that are that provide easy access to export the drug that they are cooking in the kitchens that they have in the jungle. The problem is huge, but it's hope. Which is a hope? The hope is that we have all these 13,000 former guerrilla men who are supporting the efforts of the mining. The hope is that the government recently started new peace talks with the ELN, who was one of the biggest terrorist groups in my country, and now they have peace talks in Venezuela. So we are just hoping that these peace talks is going to produce some fruits. And it's hope as well, gathering in spaces like this one where there is so many minds and people from all around the world that we share similar problems, like talking to people from Croatia, people from Ukraine, from Azerbaijan, from Afghanistan, because independently, who is the victim, or independently, who the reasons, or who is the individual who planted the mine, the thing that is connecting us today is the victims are humans and is blood spill anytime that one mine blow up. So that is the main issue, that why we feel so connected, and I feel that is the reason why we are gathering today, participating in this conference.
Well, so I want to first acknowledge I was very taken by what you said about being under death threat. And only because I saw the reports where my name was on the terrorist list to be targeted and killed. So I could never drive with my kids in the car with me, or my wife. on this. And when you have that, I would go to bed at night, thinking I was fortunate to have survived, and wake up in the morning saying, I wonder who's going to try to kill me today, when and where. So you're to be commended for your bravery and for enduring this and reporting as a journalist in the face of such threats. Now, Sarah and I have gotten to know each other as being from Laos and my experience in Indochina. We've got a lot of interesting connections and experiences to talk about. But just knowing her for a day, you can't help but come away feeling her passion and her amazing array of statistics and facts. So she makes a terrific case. Sarah, to you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Well, first of all, it's such an honor and a privilege to be here today with all of you. And I just want to say thank you so much, Heidi, for extending the invitation to me. It just means so much coming from you, someone that I really admire. And just, I think we heard so many great things about you, and I have to add to it because I'd be remiss if I didn't. So thank you. And also thank you to Violet and Grgich Hills Estate for hosting us. It's so beautiful here. I might not leave. So, before I begin, I just want to say that, Legacies of War is a nonprofit organization. We're based out of Washington, D.C. We're an advocacy organization, an educational organization. We advocate for the removals of bombs, victims assistance, mine risk education in Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And we also provide education for the broader public on the American Secret War in Laos, which is really, really still unknown to this day. Most people are aware of the Vietnam War era conflict, but Laos is usually left out. At best, Laos is a footnote. And that is why I'm talking about Laos today. And I think it's so fitting because today is actually Laos's National Day. So first, I'll kind of share with you my personal history with the mission. I'll talk a little bit about, one of the reasons why we're gathered today is the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Ottawa Mine Ban Treaty, as well as congratulations, Heidi, 25 years of Roots of Peace, life-saving work. And then I'll also talk a little bit about Legacies of War's role as being the new chair starting January 1st. So I still have, a few days to not, to relax, of being chair of the U.S. campaign to ban landmines and cluster munition coalition, which is part of what, Heidi shared earlier about why I was in Geneva for the international campaign to ban landmines, cluster munition coalition. While 25 years has elapsed, we still have so much work to do, given that there's still at least 60 countries contaminated by landmines. So I was born in Laos, like Ambassador Quinn mentioned, and I'm very blessed to have such a beautiful childhood. I have very, very fond memories of growing up in the southern part of Laos, in Champasak province. So most of my memories are of me tagging along with my grandmother who sews silk and traditional sin like the one I'm wearing, and me pretending like I knew what I was doing as a 6-year-old, going along with grandmother. And I also remember just running around in the southern part in Wat Phu, which translated is the ancient mountain temples, right? If you haven't gone to Laos, if you plan to go to Laos, this is a place that I highly recommend. The air is beautiful. I remember just chasing the goats and the cats and the notorious monkey in this beautiful, beautiful old ancient temple. But every time I think about, my childhood memories, happy memories, there's also darker ones that tend to always creep in. And this is because my father was actually born and was a child during the time of war. During the American Secret War is what I'm referring to. He was 14 when the first bomb was dropped, and this really shaped his life. This inspired him to become a surgeon. And growing up, I witnessed my father work on countless patients, me being one of them, always getting into little scraps here and there. But my most vivid memory came when I heard a scream one day after school. And I rushed out with my mother, and I see my father holding this little girl that couldn't be more than my age or that of my siblings. She just had an accident, and she was playing with what she thought was a toy ball. And it was a cluster bomb that went off. And in order to save her life, my dad had to perform an emergency surgery on her, and he had to amputate her leg. And I would never forget her mother's scream. And she just walked home from the school that my siblings and I also went to. And that cluster bomb that caused this accident was dropped decades before she was even born. So that night was actually the first night that I ever remember my parents having an intense argument. And my mother's last words that night was, "I can't risk sending our children to school not knowing if they will be back in one piece." So within weeks, my parents decided to uproot our family, and we fled to the United States of America. So we landed on a really, really cold day. And for the first time in my life as a 6-year-old, we were driving in a fast-moving car. I thought the buildings would reach the heavens. We passed grand monuments, the White House, and the Pentagon. Places that, I had no idea the deep connection that the United States of America, the world's most powerful nation, had this connection with my birth country of Laos. I didn't know then that from 1964 to 1973, the US dropped over 2.5 million tons of ordnance during 580,000 bombing mission. That's an equivalent over the span of 9 years. That's the equivalent of a plane load of bombs every 8 minutes, 24 hours a day for 9 straight years, earning Laos the unwanted title of being the most bombed country per capita in history. The worst part, and why that horrific accident had to happen to that little girl, is that 30% of those bombs that were dropped failed to detonate on impact. That means that today, millions of cluster bombs, an estimated 80 million, are scattered all across the country of Laos in every single province. In addition to these cluster bombs, there's also landmines and white phosphorus, like the one that's being used in Ukraine right now. Landmines that are currently being used in Myanmar right now, all across the country. The good news is there are people doing something about it, right? And Legacies of War is privileged and honored to be one of those organizations that's working to advocate for greater funding and awareness in order to remove these bombs, find these landmines before another child had to experience a horrific accident. And we have been successful since our founding in 2004. You may have heard of our crowning achievement when President Barack Obama went to Laos in 2016 and announced historic funding, greater funding than ever before in the history of US funding for UXO, or unexploded ordnance clearance in Laos. But despite all of that, there's still so much more that needs to be done. So next year, 2023, will mark the 50th year since the last American bombs were dropped on Laos. 50 years will have passed. And in this whole span of 50 years. Today, the contaminated area in Laos, only 1% has been cleared. Only 1% has been cleared. That means that there's still millions of bombs waiting for a brave deminer to remove them, or it could be a bomb that can endanger the lives of innocent civilians. So this is one of the biggest reasons why Legacy felt like we had to step up and become the chair of the US CBL CMC, because we want to make a greater impact. We want to make sure that we not only influence funding, but better policy. And as an American, I really feel like the US CBL CMC's role is to influence a more humanitarian policy from our government, right? The way I see it is the US should be aligning ourselves more with our NATO allies than with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping's policy on landmine and cluster bombs. These are two indiscriminate weapons that can't tell the difference between a combatant or a 6-year-old child. So by working together with International Campaign, I also feel that it's part of our responsibility as the chair of the campaign to also influence the remaining 33 countries that have yet acceded to the landmine, to the Mine Ban Treaty and the Convention on Cluster Munition to do so immediately so that we can have a mine-free world. So just last week, having spent time 1 week at the 20th Meetings of States Party on the Mine Ban Convention in Geneva, we gathered with dignitaries from around the world, colleagues from civil society, all across the globe coming together to honor and celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Ottawa Treaty. There's a lot to be proud of, right? This campaign, this international treaty, is one of the most successful one, if not the most successful one in my opinion, with 164 states parties or country that have already acceded. And since the treaty entered into force, 30 countries have declared that the contaminated areas in their country, in their territory, has been cleared. That is cause for celebration. Yet, today, the world is watching in horror as landmines are being planted, not just in Ukraine, but in Myanmar. This is a time for global leaders, civil society, and people like us here in this room to have a renewed focus and, I think, political will in order to resolve the landmine problem once and for all. And so we have our work cut out for us, but I do think that there is momentum, and this is time that we should act now. Now, I'll close by just kind of bringing it back to Laos. Laos is, while the war in Laos is nearly 50 years old, there are still people being killed or injured to this day. And the rich, fertile land of Laos is held hostage because of these indiscriminate weapons that are still underneath the ground. If Ukraine is referred to as the breadbasket of Europe, and I'm biased, of course, I think Laos is considered a breadbasket of Southeast Asia. Every single inch of land in Laos is fertile. And the majority of the people, 70% of the people, are farmers, depend on agriculture for their livelihood. 20% of Laos's GDP is agriculture. The people of Laos stand ready to turn mines into vines. The question here today is, do we have the will and the courage to make planting the roots of peace possible in Laos and in the 60 countries that are contaminated by landmines? Thank you.
So, Adriana, you're now in the public relations business, is that correct?
Yes.
So, if we're coming to you and saying, we need the Roots of Peace, Rotary, anti-landmine campaign, what are you going to design, and what would be kind of the one or two things that you might want to use your campaign to try to get changed in the world?
Wow, this is a very difficult question.
That's why I asked. Because I don't know the answer.
Yeah. Well, I feel like one of the factors that connect the victims of the landmines around the world is like they are anonymous victims. Because when a landmine explodes, a victim from a landmine don't have the same attention of media or the same attention of the social media, because it's an individual that is located sometimes in places that are very far away from the cities, you know, like in little regions that nobody knows, you know, like I lose the word to describe this one, but the idea is that because the anonymity of those victims, because the problem is so huge, because it's millions and millions and millions of mines that are planted everywhere, and those victims don't have access to media or to social media or to somebody that can take care of their problem. And because one person lose a leg, for example, or get hurt, the rehabilitation is so expensive. How a person, a farmer from a very depressed and poor region in Latin America, for example, or in Laos, or in Colombia, or in Croatia, that how they're gonna have access to the technology or to the medical attention to get rehabilitated and to be reintegrated to the society and be an individual that's going to contribute to the society through the job or through the talent that they have. That is the dimension of the problem. Beyond the explosion of the device, or even beyond the problem itself, is how we're going to organize this, how we're going to support the survivors, the families that are right now confined in several regions around the world, starting in Ukraine, for example, people that cannot go out of the house because they are afraid that they're gonna be blown up by a device. That is the same situation that so many people, individuals around the world, we are facing. I believe I would tailor a campaign in that way.
So one of the things that's occurred to me today, as I mentioned earlier, there's sort of refugee issues, you know, refugees from Laos, from Cambodia. There's the food issue, is there going to be enough food? And there are places where you could direct a campaign, right? Whether it's the UN, High Commissioner of Refugees, World Food Program, there are people and institutions. But I don't believe there is that same kind of institution or person about landmines. So I wonder if, Sarah, you might see it that way, or you have a thought about how your campaign, where you would look to focus your attention.
Yeah, I think what Legacy's focus is really on the people behind the number, right? So I just was in Laos for nearly a month, and it's remembering the people who are impacted by this, right? the whole entire 7.2 million people have to live with the reality that they're taking risks every day, sending their child to school, taking risks every day, just trying to plow their field. One of these people that I met, so we call her Mother La, because in Lao culture, anyone who's around your mom's age, you call them mother and then their name and, you know, and so on. So Mother La just actually bought a farm with her family. And while she was out with her toddler grandchild, she stumbled upon cluster bombs right in the middle of the field. And she luckily was able to call deminers to come and clear her land, and they're still clearing her land. She planted rows and rows of beautiful coffee, right? And to think that this is literally, it's me walking to the first chair, that's how close it was to her house, is thinking about families like that shouldn't have to worry about just trying to make a living growing coffee, that they could be harmed by decade-old bombs, right? And fun fact, I just learned that it takes 3 years before you could harvest the coffee. So this is labor of love, right? But there's also other stories, you know, of children, you mentioned, you know, people in the rural part that don't have access to the same type of care that other countries might have, right? And this is the exact story that I told earlier of the little girl, you know. My dad literally was performing surgery on her in the middle of the streets, right? There is this huge, when you think about a country like Laos, Laos is very, very poor and underdeveloped, but it is really no fault of the country's own, is the history of war, the history of, you know, colonization, subjugation, that you can't expect a country of Laos to be like first world nations, right? So it's reminding ourselves of who we're working for, why we're doing this work, why we have this campaign to rid the world of these indiscriminate weapons, is so that children don't have to go through accidents and have to lose a limb, so that mothers don't have to be worried about their kids. So, you know, for us, it's always that constant reminder that there's people that have to suffer because of this. And that's unacceptable to me, you know, and especially from bombs or landmines that are decades old.
Okay. So now we want to segue to talking about the land in which the landmines and unexploded ordnance is found. I want to just take one or two sentences to sort of set the framework about food and agriculture. We just passed 8 billion people on our planet. And one of my symposia at the World Food Prize was titled, "The Single Greatest Challenge That Human Beings Have Ever Faced," which is, in my opinion, whether we can sustainably produce enough nutritious food to feed the 9.5 to 10 billion people who will be on our planet in about 25 years. And do so while dealing with climate change and also preventing pandemic plant diseases, pandemic animal diseases. And so this concluding session of our second panel, talking about soil and with a particular relevance to what Grgich Hills is doing, seems very fitting way to conclude this, given where we are today. So, Elizabeth, you have a video?
Yes, I do, but you know, I think I'll say a couple words
yes,
first.
Please.
Because it feels like a very difficult segue here. If everybody could just take a deep breath with me, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you both for your courage, and for really, it's very devastating just to hear your stories, and I feel very humbled to be up here talking about what I'm going to talk about, and thank you so much for the invitation and for your work, Heidi, and the unknown caller as well back there. So my name's Elizabeth Whitlow. I am the executive director of the Regenerative Organic Alliance. The Regenerative Organic Alliance was founded by some very visionary brands, leaders in the organic industry. And some of you may have heard of the Patagonia company. Patagonia, they make clothing. They also have a little-known food division because the founder of Patagonia, Yvon Chouinard, said, if I can't make a jacket that I can throw outside and turn into compost, I'm gonna start growing food. And the food division is gonna rival the apparel division because I see the power of agriculture to transform the world. Yvon Chouinard is a hell of a leader, and a lot of brands look to Yvon Chouinard and Patagonia for the kind of actions they take. You may have noticed recently they dedicated their company to basically to preservation of the earth. So there's Patagonia, there's Dr. Bronner's, which is a very little known natural food, natural soap company, who's a very radical company and does a lot of great things, activists trying to advocate for organics, for farmers, for human rights, for plant medicine, all kinds of things, and then the Rodeo Institute. So those are the three founders of this organization that I am so lucky to get to lead. They came together about 5 years ago and they said, okay, we're organic brands. The Rodeo Institute has basically brought organic to America, and they said, we don't like the way organic is going. We want to come together and think of something more than what organic is offering to us. We want to have a new vision for the future of agriculture, and we can think of it as farming in the service of life. It's called regenerative organic agriculture. If you regenerate, you don't extract. Our current agricultural models are very extractive, and it's a great question. You ask, how are we going to feed 9 billion people? And I think, honestly, a lot of our problems are more about distribution and inequity than they are about capacity. And what we've learned and proven with smallholders who produce the majority of our food in Colombia, in Laos, all around the world, is that smallholders are incredibly productive because they grow a lot of different types of crops, and they are able to implement kind of agroecology in a way that brings food for the family, food for the community, and also some crops for export. And so really, if we want to look at a new way of agriculture, these founders coined it as regenerative organic. And they created a standard around this. And this standard is called Regenerative Organic Certified, go figure. It's based on organic, and it adds in layers that focus on soil health and on animal welfare, getting away from factory farming of animals, which is a huge contributor to methane emissions and to climate change and pollution downstream, air pollution. And then also for social fairness. It's about social equity for the farmers and the farm workers. So they're treated fairly and paid a living wage, in fact. So the standards are quite aspirational. We call it the North Star of certifications. And there's a short video that I'm going to ask these gentlemen, these kind folks in the back room, to play, just so it can bring it to life for you. It's about 2 minutes. And then I'm just going to talk briefly about one of our main pillars, which is that of the soil. And then we're going to turn it over to Ivo, who is bringing our program to life right here in my backyard, because I just live over the mountains about an hour away. So thank you all very much. If you want to just turn on that video. There it is.
For the last 75 years, we have implemented industrial farming practices.
In that goal and quest to create cheap food, we have totally lost sight of the health of the land.
At the expense of the humane treatment of the animals.
And fair wage at the farm level. Gotta have a new system of food farming and land use that people believe in.
Regenerative agriculture is biomimicry. It is emulating nature.
Regenerative organic agriculture is treating your farm as an ecosystem.
The earth evolved with animals and plants and soil co-evolving together.
Regenerative organic ag practices include
No use of toxic chemicals or GMOs.
Low-till, no-till.
things like cover cropping,
using animal impact instead of pesticides.
We're talking about busting the animals out of the animal factories and getting them back on the land.
Nature wants a smorgasbord of many, many different animals and plants and microbes operating
together to create a harmony which restores the health of your land.
We have to have regenerative food farming and land use if we hope to survive. I mean, climate scientists are literally saying we got 25 years left before the point of no return.
The healthier the soil, the more carbon the plants sequester in the soil. The regenerative organic standard is a 3-pillar standard.
So it takes all the attributes of the fair trade movement, the animal welfare movement, the climate movement, and pushes us to the next stage.
There are customers there waiting for people to be farming in this way.
Farmers, as entrepreneurial business people, will move their production model to a model that pleases that consumer.
We need to be uncompromising in the quest for the best.
If the standard is compromised, the consumer will lose that confidence and the whole transaction will break down.
Regenerating is the lens through which we have to look at everything we do on the planet in the future.
Thank you. So, yeah, it's a great video. Those are the leaders, many of the leaders I get to answer to. And
well done, very well done.
Yeah, I think it captures it all very quickly for you, but probably faster and more succinctly than I could have. But I would like to just kind of tie it back into soil and thinking about like healing our planet can really begin literally underneath our feet. And in those top 6 inches that they referred to at the beginning of where we grow all of our food, we are losing it at unprecedented rates. And scientists predict that we have about 60 harvests left with climate change and with soil erosion and with damaging the soil through industrial practices. So learning how to implement these practices around regenerative are really core, and they're easy. And farmers are jumping up and down because they're like, oh my gosh, actually I'm more profitable this year than I've been in years. I was just in Saskatoon, Canada, 30 organic farmers all around me. They are all doing well. They're all growing and growing more black beans and garbanzos and oats and everything that is going to be serving Whole Foods market mostly here in the U.S. They're coming up in the black this year, money in the bank. Mostly on average here in America, farmers are running at a deficit of, I think it's on average like $1,700 loss every year. They're in the red if you look across the whole farming scenario. So farmers are not doing well with the current system, so it's time for a radical change. And these practices are indigenous practices from long ago, all around many cultures, and they involve things, very core principles, which I'm sure you're gonna get into, and I'll keep it quick. The 5 key principles just to keep in mind of what they are is like, we keep the soil covered, we minimize disturbance to the soil microbiome. We're learning more about the soil microbiome now than we ever have. It's an incredibly emergent science. For example, there are more living organisms in 1 teaspoon of healthy soil than there are humans on the planet. Scientists have only identified about 80%, maybe 85% of those organisms. So therefore, there's another 85% we need to identify and figure out what the heck they're doing. Because those microorganisms are the ones that go over there and grab the nutrients out of the soil and bring it over to the plant roots so those plants grow up big and healthy and make beautiful vines and beautiful wine. And so like not disturbing the soil is essential to preserving the soil microbiome. Chemicals destroy the soil microbiome as well. Having crop rotation and bringing in diversity and bringing animals back on the farm are all proven ways to regenerate the soil, build a healthy soil, and make the farmers more profitable, the plants more resilient, and the humans also are gonna benefit. They're learning bionutrient availability in plants grown in healthy soil is far surpassing the bionutrient available in kind of soil void of anything except fertilizers or the different types of inputs that are propping those plants up, growing big, beautiful strawberries, or apples, but the nutrient quality is quite low compared to plants grown in healthier soils. So those are some of the core areas of our program I feel like is really relevant for the work you all are doing, and how to help those farmers, I think would be pretty amazing to be able to share our resources, how we have lots of resources on our website and available to us through our work with the Rodeo Institute. And I think that would be a really great way to try and be of service in some way to the service that you all are doing for humanity. So thank you so much for having me.
Ivo, you're relevant, I want to be sure, yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you for all of you coming. We are honored tonight to host you here. It's very important for us. I was born and raised in, that time was Yugoslavia, today Croatia. My uncle Mike, Valet's father, was kind to bring me here in '86, so I missed the civil war, awful civil war in Yugoslavia, but not before I lost lots of my relatives, and some of them were maimed for life. So I am also obviously was affected by war and landmines. Coming here to the United States, I discovered beauty of farming, and we went through organic biodynamic and now regenerative farming. But before I go there, I want to tell you an interesting story about fertilizers and bombs, how we link them together. In early 1900s, German chemist Fritz Haber, I'm probably butchering his last name, invented artificial process to turn nitrogen from air and hydrogen into ammonia, which is fertilizer, also key ingredients for making bombs. So all these talks today we heard, how many people died in Ukraine from these bombs, are overwhelmingly made from that nitrogen fertilizers. So what happened is then after First and Second War, the governments did not want to close down these factories. They were used during war to produce incredible amount destruction, munition that killed millions of people over 2 World Wars. And they found the slick way. Our humanity is smart. Now, okay, we're not going to close these companies. We're going to turn the nitrogen into fertilizer. And if there's another war, which is only a matter of time, when it happens, we can flip switch, and now we have bombs again. And then in our hubris and arrogance, we thought we were smarter than nature. And yes, it's indeed possible to grow anything with fertilizers. And early on, you double your production. That's all true. But slowly, gradually, unavoidably, you kill soil. What do you kill? You kill microbes. So we turn soil into dirt. So dirt is just nothing but minerals, dead minerals. Soil is alive, a living thing full of microbes. So instead of following nature's way, we turn into this chemical farming that is ruining us. It is not true that we cannot grow enough food. I think as of now, look how much food we waste in this country. It's more about distribution. And it's not even about quantity. It's about quality of food. So this kind of farming produces far more nutrients than conventional farming. But back to our business here of mines. How do we help? Well, we just heard after money is raised, mines were demined, taken out, somebody has to plant vineyards. Doesn't have to be grapes, doesn't have to be vineyards, anything. And so this is really spiritual farming that we desperately need. We call it regenerative farming. How appropriate to do this kind of farming on land that was pillaged, or the people were scarred. And so if you are a kind of grower, gardener, you know how therapeutic gardening is. So this farming can really help heal also people that were really damaged and hurt psychologically, physically, in any way. So we are thrilled that we can be part of this movement. And I am not promising I'm going to Afghanistan to teach anybody how to grow grapes, but certainly we can help with our advice. And again, it's a wonderful. I was very excited to kind of discover the connection that we can provide, not just planting wine, telling people this is how you grow grapevines, but it's in a way that is very nurturing and very spiritual.
So one of the important issues, in my mind, is preserving biodiversity.
Yes.
And that there can be problems if you have large-scale farming and all the farmers see this one particular crop or these seeds are going to get me this year, my best profit.
Yeah.
And they do that and plant those seeds to the exclusion of others. And there is a very great potential that if that happens, we lose those seeds and lose that potential. And I wonder, does biodiversity come up in your
Yes.
planning, and whether you might want to say something
Sure.
about that?
I can just comment on the standard, and you can comment on how you've brought it in. There's several criteria in the Regenerative Organic Certified Framework that encourage and require farmers in our program to bring in biodiversity in various ways to preserve biodiversity. They, to preserve riparian areas. They cannot use certain pesticides that are on what they call the Xerces list, which is allowed for organic but actually detrimental to many of the insects and pollinators. We've lost, 35 or 40% of our pollinators, and another 30 or 40% are at risk. So if we lose all our pollinators, who's going to pollinate our food? We're going to have a little problem. So it's really important not to use pesticides that kill the pollinators. So there's various components of our standard like that. And I'm sure you have lots of examples in your vineyard of how you brought this to life.
You know lots about agriculture, I can see that. You ask good questions.
Oh, thank you.
So this is our cornerstone question in agriculture, biodiversity. You go to Iowa and you drive.
Yes.
10,000 acres, nothing but corn.
Yes.
Is that you see? You go in nature.
And the other side is soybeans.
Yeah. So this is so unnatural farming. So what do we? I'll give you just example what we do in our vineyards. So the farming of 200 years ago was based on crop rotation. You rotate crop 7 years, 5 years, whatever. Once you plant grapevines, you cannot rotate grapevines. You can't pull them and move them around every year. Not possible. But we can bring cover crops. So which we planted a month ago. Now after this beautiful rain, we have germination. So there's 10, 15 different species of different kind of plants growing in our vineyards. They have to be minimum 4 functional families. You cannot just plant grasses, 10 grasses. So why is this important? Each plant, when you plant it, it has its own microbiome. And when you plant same plants, they fight because they are competing for same food. When you plant many different species, they work in unison. They work to help each other. And that's how you create microbiome. So microbes in soil are most important part of healthy soil. And through biodiversity, we bring them. Basically, this is nobody invented this. Nature invented this. And we are just mimicking. What we do here is we are mimicking nature.
So Sarah is a graduate of Ohio State, the Ohio State University. And you see, if I say O-H,
I-O.
See? And that. So in 2020, the World Food Prize laureate was Dr. Ratan Lal from Ohio State University.
Yeah, he was involved in with Patagonia.
See? So he's my good friend.
Nice.
Very wonderful man of Indian background. We're so fortunate to come here, like all of you, making our country better. And that. So I like to tell people that in my opinion, and I'm a political science major, not agriculture, is one of the best things that's happened in the United States is we built probably the single largest system of agricultural research, and it's called the land grant institutions. And everywhere there are California Davis, and one, I know a lot of the deans. How do you find the American land grant university system responding to these challenges and issues that you've raised? Are they on board, back and forth? Some are. What would you say about that?
They're not on board because a lot of the research is directed by Syngenta, Monsanto, who funds a lot. It ends up being a real problem with, as far as kind of the way the research goes, to promote more GMOs, to use more fertilizers, or to use other types of inputs. And so from my view, it hasn't been as favorable to organic, certainly not to regenerative organic yet. There's a couple small universities doing this. What do you see, Ivo?
I say follow the money. There's a big money, and it's not like these professors at UC Davis are bad people.
Yeah.
They are there to research. And who's giving them money? Big companies. A small farmer, organic farmer, cannot give them money to research microbes in soil. So as long as these big companies are making a certain amount of money, system stays on.
So now I want to offer you the opportunity. I'll write the check, and you can hire Adriana here as your PR firm. Yes. And what would you tell her? I should say Heidi will write the check. That's it. I'm retired and don't have any money. But what would you want her and her PR firm to do? What's the one big change that you would institute if you had that power? The same way of asking the question.
For people to stop being mindless, to pause. And start thinking what they're eating, how they live. Not just look at a phone all day and stuff like that, and think about future, our kids. How are we going to survive? So at this rate, we're going to be, we all worry about animals being extinct. We are next. 200 years, we can be extinct. That's coming.
Oh. That's an optimistic view, 200 years.
Yeah.
We'll linger. We're not going to be extinct in 30 years, all of us. Yeah. Some of us, tougher ones, will survive for a few more generations. But.
Yeah.
So I would ask and say is just to meet the challenge I posed before, to produce enough food and distribute it, to feed 9.5 to 10 billion people, it's critically important to have peace.
Yes.
What Russia did in Ukraine demonstrates how fragile the global system is.
Yeah.
And the most unthinkable thing in all of this would be the US and China being involved in warfare on this. So imagine if we could sustain this peaceful world, get the Russians out of Ukraine, give them some way out, and stop doing that, and nobody dropped any bombs and ordnance or so for 25 or 50 years, not adding, and we could remove some. And it would also provide the atmosphere in which agricultural production can be maximized, and in producing nutritious food and distributing it and regenerating the soil. Wouldn't that be an incredible vision for the world on that? And the fate of our planet is hanging in the balance, because the one thing for sure in my mind is, and we showed the video before of Guatemala and others, is that in a turbulent world where not enough food is getting to populations, hungry people will not stay where they are.
Yeah.
They migrate to the food, as all beings do. And so to have this stable world, we need Roots of Peace programs, and programs like Roots of Peace that develops agriculture and allows farmers to be profitable and stay in place, and provides jobs for others to halt this. So there are these competing visions of the world.
I could not agree more with you. Civilizations did not disappear because of wars, overwhelmingly of hunger. They exploited their soil became unfertile, and it was the end of civilizations.
Yeah.
And that's coming to us.
Yeah. And the biggest challenge, in my view, will be Africa, which is going to add another 1 billion people. I don't know, California is having its bicentennial. What is it, in 2049? When did you become a state? You're a couple of years after Iowa. So by then, so in California, right? We should use that by that date. And there, in Africa, which is already in very serious food and nutrition shortages, has to do amazing amounts to greatly increase the amount it produces in Africa and also be able to import.
And also education of the women and girls.
That is
the most. That is the most powerful thing we can do to stop the population growth and to stop war.
I've spent a lot of time in China, looked at other countries. I said there's two things. There'll be countries that are successful and ones who are not. The ones who will be successful will have built and improved road system, because good nutrition, ideas, knowledge, everything flows down roads. I know it goes on the internet, but you got to have a way to the food you produce to market. And those societies that make full use and engage all of their people, which means engage all their women. And whatever you think of Xi Jinping, China's the most transformed country on the face of the earth. They lifted 750 million people out of poverty, and they built roads, and women are involved in everything involved. Yeah. Last comments here?
Yes, I would like to say something.
Yes.
My last comment is there is hope, and it's important for us to get together to move forward, especially for countries that are suffering these kind of situations in the world. And it's a great opportunity for me to be part of this event. Thank you, Heidi, for inviting me. And in addition, I just share with all of you like a kind of a picture about what's the situation of the country right now. But Colombia is an incredible country with an incredible amount of land that is fertile, that if we implement programs of agriculture in Colombia, helping the farmers who are right now dealing with the situation of the violence, hunger, COVID, poverty, and you name it, the amount of situations that these communities are facing right now. So my dream is someday to bring this program of Roof of Peace to Colombia. And with Haiti, all the people that you have been gathering in this amazing room, and do something for Colombia, for my people, for my country, especially for those communities that are abandoned in the jungle, abandoned in the Amazon. That would be my dream. And in addition, I would be amazing to participate in a couple of years again and be able to come to this auditorium and say how many landmines we have been deactivating in Colombia, how many farmers we have been supporting through this synergy.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to put more pressure on Heidi as well. Let me just say that Laos's only fault in this whole thing was geography, right? Laos was not at war with the U.S. But there is hope. Exactly, what you say. I do have hope because all of you are in this room. There's a lot of world leaders, civil society, people doing this work, so we're not alone. But as a small, tiny organization, Legacies of War is only 3 staff, all women, all millennials, all very, very nice people like me. But we need strong partners. We can't do this work alone. And my dream and my hope would be to have Roots of Peace in Laos. Why not? Let's find a plot of land and start demining together, Heidi. But really, just want to express again just my gratitude and thankfulness for just being a part of this historic event. This is the only event commemorating the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Ottawa Mine Ban Treaty. So thank you for having the vision, Heidi, and congratulations again on 25 years of life-saving work.
You're here, yeah. Yeah, so Elizabeth?
Gosh, yes, it's been, I've learned a lot today and just with much gratitude and humility, I'm here. At a certain point after college, I was at a bit of a crossroads and I learned about the power of agriculture and the fact that many people, probably all of us in this room, get to choose what we eat 2, maybe 3 times a day. So what we choose matters, and that you can really make a big difference with that. And it was a hopeful direction to go in from the one I was in, which was like banging my head on the wall about toxic waste and nuclear waste. And so this was a way, and I didn't have the tenacity to do the kind of work you all are doing, I think. So I chose a different direction. And yeah, I'm just happy to share a bit of it with you. And anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
School lunch programs.
Yes.
Are
oh, I love that stuff.
So important in America and worldwide.
Yep.
Appropriately, last word, Representative Grgich Hills.
Putting lots of pressure on me now to come with something big. I just want to say that for me, this was a very reflective day. Many of us, we go through our daily routines and don't think about these countries that are suffering, especially Ukraine. And it was good to be reminded and strive for a higher goal. And I'm a very optimistic person. I believe that with all of us united, we can the regenerative soil, the regenerative spirit of people, which is in decay, I believe. And I'm hopeful that through events like this and people like us here, we can move forward and have hope. Without hope, there's nothing.
Okay, so let's give a round of applause to our panel. Yeah. I should come down. What?
Thank you all so much. Okay. Thank you. That was just beautiful. Ambassador, if you don't mind just staying there for just maybe 5 minutes, may I take your time?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Thank you.
I should have called
all.
you up for the last
No,
word.
No. Well, if I would be remiss, Ambassador, this has just been so organic how this has come together. Violet, how many weeks? Sally Cam, I mean, we're all scurrying around. This is a winery. The wine train just stopped. They're doing wine tours for tourists here and taking the time in a room in the heart of the Napa Valley to care about the eradication of landmines. And Ambassador, I would be remiss if I did not introduce 3 individuals who have just come into this room within the last 12 hours. My grandmother, McNear, would always say, coincidence is a miracle in which God prefers to remain anonymous. And there are no accidents. And the 3 individuals who have surprised me have come from Afghanistan. And I would be remiss not to invite 3 Afghans to this podium because Afghanistan is the most heavily mined country in the world. And conversely, a country 80% dependent on agriculture for jobs. So this is a country we cannot forget. We forgot it a year plus ago. We've shifted our direction to other parts of the world, but Afghanistan needs and deserves our attention. So if we could just have 5 minutes, I know everybody's, like to get on to the dinner, but I would just like to introduce the 3 Afghan professors, and not only from one of the 34 provinces where Roots of Peace currently works in Afghanistan, but in Kandahar, in Helmand, where pomegranates and beautiful melons grow, and Ghazni, Wardak, Logar, where Roots of Peace is cultivating the apricots, almonds, and apples, and Badakhshan, the cherries. This was the breadbasket, again, the garden of Central Asia, the beautiful saffron in Herat, and of course the grapes north of Kabul in the Shimali Plains. So, gentlemen, could I invite you just up here to the podium? We would just like to honor you and just have you present here at the podium because we cannot forget Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Can we just have them say a few words?
Yeah, sure,
let's,
of course.
Let's just,
No, we were chatting
this
earlier.
This is impromptu, so there's no screens here, but yeah, it just, well, here, gentlemen, look at this. A lady in the middle, and it's Afghanistan. Woohoo, there's a beginning. No, and I just want to say with respect, Roots of Peace carries no flag. We serve no flag, we serve the farmer. And yes, there is a new regime, and I'm very proud as CEO and an American woman to work in Afghanistan to manage $85 million in your country. And I hope by example, in signing the paychecks of the 440 Afghans who have families and impacting hundreds of thousands of farmers, that it perhaps is an example to the other young ladies and farmers, just to teach the women. We've taught this past year 5,000 Afghan women in agribusiness, and we're respecting the culture there. The women, of course, the burqas and having to remain home, but we're bringing baby chickens inside the house and teaching them how to grow those chickens into, little baby chicks into chickens. They lay eggs, the children have protein, the husbands sell it in the market. So it's respectful to the current regime, again, helping the families and farmers. No politics, ever with Roots of Peace. We're here for the farmers. So, Ambassador, if I could just have them briefly introduce themselves. And Professor, whom I've, unbelievable, he popped out of the Zoom.
Yeah, my name is Professor Alam Ahmadzai, and I'm recently came to USA, and that's my pleasure. I found the USA people very cooperative, very generous, very supportive people. I'm thankful to every of the US citizens, and also I'm thankful to the US government. And particularly, especially, I'm very thankful to Heidi and Roots of Peace, who did a tremendous job in Afghanistan. And I have a lot of the good memories of working of the Roots of Peace in Afghanistan. Once I was traveling from one part of the other part, especially to the north part, there was a garden, a very beautiful garden. And I asked the owner, wow, how beautiful is this garden? Who developed this for you? Who structured this? You see, he said, Khala Heidi? Khala is like auntie. Aunt. Yeah, like aunt. Yeah. I thought, oh, who is, Khala, who is Khala? Okay, then he showed me her picture. Yeah, so that's everybody, even the children, they were aware about the Roots of Peace. So I am very proudful, I'm very thankful to you. And my honor, thank you, Ambassador, and to everybody you are here. And you're welcome. We are here to thank you.
Welcome, and we pray for your country. Yes, and two other, we'll just be very brief, introduce them, but we again would be remiss not to speak and welcome Afghanistan to the podium to speak on this historic day. So over to you, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Isaac Nazar. Thank you for having me, this great, beautiful place that you have. I actually migrated from Afghanistan when I was 8 years old, so I personally have witnessed the carnage of what it is to see a baby missing limbs and whatever that may come with. Currently, we're trying to put an infrastructure for Afghanistan as it's not recognized, because it's sanctions from so many countries, so there's only a couple of countries that actually has, access to Afghanistan. Afghanistan has over $3 trillion worth of assets that they want to onboard into the war on a global level, but because of these sanctions, we can't really do anything with this. So I'm urging the global community to at least help out on the agricultural side, especially Evo yourself, who could, maybe kind of guide that whole initiative. Other than that, I am here to also fund most of these projects. I own a hedge fund in Orange County.
Didn't know that.
And I will be helping.
Rubbing elbows.
I will be helping Heidi to do whatever I need to do to get the next round going for Afghanistan at the very minimal, but also for Ukraine, also for Azerbaijan, and Colombia and Lebanon and the rest of the countries. My heart goes to every one of you, for doing this. I wish I could do what you guys do, but I'm good at something else.
Oh, good. We need the dinero. Can't turn the ideas into reality without money. Thank you. Thank you. This is a nice surprise.
My name is Sher Hamandi. I've been here in the country for the past 30 years. I've been in different businesses, and I was met with Mr. Professor, and he highly spoke about Heidi, that please, you have to meet her. So I have to come up with a car to deliver it to our professor so he could drive around because they were taking buses. So I've been known him for years in Afghanistan, so he just came into this country. So he said, please meet her because I'm in the agriculture in Afghanistan. He said, before you go, I'm leaving on the 7th of December. So we have same exact situation like Colombia, Azerbaijan, or Ukraine, that there's a lot of mine back in the Soviet Union was there. So the land was full of mine. In my farms that I have over 90 or 140 acres. So it was next to the road. There was a lot of people, they were losing their leg and their body and family members. So I decided this year, actually like about 3 months ago, just to take the old crap out of there and clean the land to put a brand new, like a Napa Valley is. So what I did, I decided, I was so blessed that I went to the exact farm that is, Heidi's son was told me this is the best winery that we met. And she told us everything about how to grow, how to do the irrigation, and how to do leveling the grounds and all that. So I don't know much about that, but she gave me her car, she gave me a lot of lecture. So we're here just to learn in this seminar. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. And Ambassador, we'll just stay here. Thank you so much and let you go off the stage. Thank you. And we're going to have the finale here tonight. And, it's always the cherry on the top of the cake.
Am I singing, or is that
Sure,
the finale?
Sure. Well, Violet Grgich, would you come up here, please? And we have another very, very special guest that I would like to invite, Mr. Tor Kenward, who joined me in 25 years ago today when a mother said, I want to turn mines to vines. And I'm going to go to the best vineyards because I think they have a little something to do with what comes from the best when we cultivate the earth. And one of the most famous vintners, in addition to the Grgich, is Tor Kenward. And I just am so emotional saying this. And we have very special awards. Christian Kuhn, there's a seat for you. Would you please bring the 3 items? This is my son.
This is your son.
Who was 2 years old when I started Roots of Peace. My other children were 8, 10, and 12. And I can't thank you, Christian, enough for sharing your mother with the children of the world, because it must have been very different saying my mom's going off into the minefields. And how frightening that is for an American child to see their mothers in different parts of the world. But through your courage and leadership, I thank you, Christian Kuhn. Thank you.
Just a supporting actor.
Well, we have something every year called the Global Citizen Award. And we began that our inaugural year in 2006 when we presented it, as you'll see in a beautiful case back there, to Milenko Grgich and Her Majesty Queen Noor on board the Queen Mary II in New York. True story. And we did a transatlantic sail for peace. Peace by land, peace by sea, and a little picture there, I think, of he was giving her a kiss on the cheek. Of course he does, because anyone who knows Mike Grgich, he's just quite the gentleman. But we last year had the Global Citizen Awards, and we were not able to present it to our past recipient due to COVID. We did it online. with Cheryl Jennings, ABC News anchor, as the MC. So we have a little surprise here on the stage for, in addition to ABC News Director Tracy Wataski Silva, we have the Roots of Peace Global Citizen Award. Christian, if you may present it to Ambassador Kenneth Quinn.
Oh my gosh.
As a surprise for him.
Oh my heavens, wow. Oh, that's terrific. Wow, hey, thank you, yeah. Wow.
Okay, and
It's very heavy.
It is. It's real.
Wow.
And
Holy
the
cow.
other part of this celebration, you deserve it, Ambassador. I mean, getting on a plane, you know, again, just most humble man you'll ever meet from Iowa. And, you know, he received one of the top awards, a Lifetime Achievement Award in Washington, D.C., the night before last. And the co-recipient was the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, David Beardsley. So, you know, you're in the presence of royalty here.
Well, thank
so
you.
thank you,
Oh,
Ambassador,
thank you,
for
Heidi. Thank you,
flying all the way
Christian.
out
Wow,
here.
yeah, so this totally
You want to say
surprised.
something?
No, I'm just.
Your
no, I have
mic,
my,
your
my mic, right? So, yeah, so it was wonderful ceremony we had last year and virtual and that. So I did it from my house on 56th Street in Des Moines. But now, wow. I have to carry this on the plane. I don't think there's room in my luggage for it, and I'll be overweight on that. But truly, thank you. So such a wonderful honor, and to be associated with Roots of Peace. I told you this morning how we got connected, and it's been an incredible journey, and I'm so honored and thrilled to be here today.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Beyond words, what's happened here historically for peace on this season of peace on earth. But as I mentioned, you know, it really takes, when you have a dream and you have a vision, turning it into reality takes people to stand beside you. And for many years, I have known this great man to my right, and he was the senior vice president of Behringer with Behringer Vineyards in public relations. And previous lifetime, I was a CNN reporter producer and went over to what was called the Soviet Union to try to bridge borders for peace. He gave me wine to take over in the spirit of perestroika, and we remained good friends. And over the years, when I told him about landmines, he said, Heidi, I served in Vietnam. I know what landmines are about. And after Princess Diana catapulted the issue of landmines to the forefront of the international agenda, and I made a toast in the living room of my home from my heart, may the world go from mines to vines. I said the next month, when the same people in our living room won the Nobel Peace Prize, Tor, would you go with me to Ottawa to witness the signing of the Ottawa Treaty to ban landmines? And you did, with Robert Mondavi, Canada, and Eric Wente. And so it is our greatest honor. He now has his own winery. Please look at Tor Wines, buy Tor Wines, in addition to Grgich Hills. And, you know, they're just top wines in the world, actually. So these are people who know how to cultivate the earth, who know how to cultivate peace. And Christian Kuhn, if you would present our Roots of Peace Global Citizen Award 2022 to Mr. Tor Kenward.
Did anybody say at any time Heidi is fairly persuasive? Gary?
Yeah.
I can't remember. There are two people in my life right now I'm thinking of that I never said no to, and you were certainly one. I made very good friends with Julia Child, and Julia Child was another one. And you just know that you have to say yes. And certainly, I worked 2 years in Vietnam in the hospitals. I worked in 2 evacuation hospitals and the third field, which was the major one in Saigon.
Yes, I got evacuated there.
Yeah. Well, I finally left after my period of time evacuated. I did not want to go back for any more. And there was not one day in any of those hospitals that there was not a half dozen men that were maimed by mines.
Yeah.
Their lives completely changed. And you know, you'd wake up in the morning, you'd see these people, you would do what you could for them, and it broke your heart. I was a very young man. It changed my life forever. So Heidi, being as persuasive as she is, it was also the right cause. And you know, I look back 25 years now, and I remember Heidi saying, okay, we got to remove the landmines. Princess Di is doing the landmine. And then she's going, and then we need to replant those. We need to put the seeds back in the ground, rebuild. I've watched that whole vision of yours take form, but I'll tell you, I never thought it would be as amazingly successful. And the number of people that you've touched, the lives that you've changed, is absolutely, you know, I applaud you. You've surprised me. So I was honored to be a part of the Roots of Peace board for about a decade, to watch it bloom. And it's something I look back on very, very fondly. And I think the world of what you've done and your family.
The whole family,
Yeah.
the whole family.
You dragged them in.
I dragged them into the minefield. There's a book, Mommy in the Minefield.
Yeah, I don't think they had a choice either, but none of us did.
Poor kids.
Anyway, Heidi, you've done an amazing job. So proud of you.
Couldn't do it without you and all the California, Napa Valley, Sonoma, and California vintners. And again, you know, the grapevine represents, when you see the sun come up tomorrow for the Festival of the Bells, the grapevine to me represents the seeds we have in common rather than what separates us as humanity. And whether we choose the art form of a fine bottle of wine or fresh grapes and raisins with deep respect to the Muslim culture, I am the vine, we are the branches. Prune the vine, double the yield. I believe in all cultures, the grapevine is the root of peace that can grow from this room, from the heart of the Napa Valley, to the world during the season of peace on earth. So we would just like to have the finale here and closing with incredible women of substance and grace and beauty that is even far more beautiful from within. This incredible woman, not only her father, but passing that torch to the next generation. And Violet joined me when I was asked to speak at the U.S. Department of State, and it was the 8th floor, and gosh, I was just starting this as a mother, and I had to speak, and looking out in the audience, there was Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, and I was in my room practicing my speech. What do I say? How do I speak at the State Department? I'm just a mom, and Violet was so comforting. She came into my room, and she said, just look at me, don't look at her, look at me, and I just fixed my eyes on this beautiful woman, and she's so humble and quiet from behind the scenes, and she is really the wind that has invoked this. I mean, this could not have happened without her investment in peace. This isn't just a party here. This is her family's deep roots of peace. And if any success, you know, I always said, I have a beautiful quote from Sir Isaac Newton, but if I've seen further than others, it's only because I've stood on the shoulders of giants. And those leaders in our U.S. government, and of course the Napa, Sonoma, and California vintners, helping the vintners worldwide. So ladies and gentlemen, we're announcing a very special new award, and that is the Roots of Peace Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's my very great honor to have my son, Christian Kuhn, present it to Violet Grgich. I want to say a few words. Yeah, there you go. Wow. Closing.
I'm greatly honored. And, you know, it's very difficult to speak after you, Heidi. I remember us in our pajamas in our hotel room. We were up all night working on that speech. And you did a fabulous job. Fabulous job.
Well, you've been there with me for decades.
That's true, decades.
Decades.
All right, well.
Decades.
Gosh, what can I say? So much has been spoken today, and I am just so honored to be surrounded by so many people whose stories have touched me in our lives. I am honored to be walking in the footsteps of not just my father, but also my mother,
Yeah, I know mine too. My daddy, yeah.
My mom, who literally started a foundation to help bring peace to war-torn lands in Croatia, to forsake politics and to really look at people's needs, both physical as well as spiritual. And so I'm very happy to have taken on her foundation, the Tatiana Grgich Family Foundation, and to also follow in my father's footsteps as president and CEO of Grgich Hills Estate. And like I said earlier, there's no greater job and no greater fun than being able to bring people together and make them happy through wine and friendship. My father was told by his father when he was very young, every day, do your best, learn something new, and make a friend. And that's something that not only I've tried to live by, but I've shared with all of our Grgich Hills family here and my family as well. And it's essentially bringing peace on earth. So thank you, Heidi.
No, thank you, Violet. You're amazing. You're amazing. And congratulations. And, you know, we're going to conclude this beautiful historic event that you've invoked with what began 25 years plus ago in a Minds to Vines Global Toast to Peace. So in the back, please gather a glass. There's beautiful Napa Valley wine, Azerbaijan wine, and fresh grape juice for our Muslim friends, Buddhists, people just of good hearts. Make your choice. We're not selling. Please tell that to Afghanistan. We're at a winery where it's grapes, raisins, and wine. So thank you all so much. We'll bring the wine up here, please, or the grape juice, and I think we'll all prepare for a little toast here to peace. And Adriana, we're going to make an announcement, I think, really in the conclusion, putting this out in a press release tomorrow. But as we conclude, our call to action here is, this is the season of peace on earth, whether we are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, or people with just good hearts. We, as Roots of Peace here in this room, demined the fields of Bethlehem, 4 miles from where Jesus Christ was born, in a Muslim village governed by Israel. 3 faiths, 1 spot of land where 8 children died, where landmines were laid in 1948 and forgotten. And it's through an incredible vintner, Shirley and Paul Dean, owners of Spiriterra, who gave us $500,000 to demine the fields of Bethlehem. Wow. So I call upon everyone in this room to help Roots of Peace to donate www.rootsofpeace.org. From now to Christmas Day, all funds will go to Ukraine to turn mines to vines in Ukraine. Thank you. And do we have a little glass for the 5 of us? We'll do a little toast and.
We'll bring the glasses to you. Everybody else would like to just take a break, step up.
And then we'll conclude. Is there anything else you want to do? I think it's a wrap. Yeah. Thank you, Megan. Oh my gosh. I know, that little boy. You remember him from the Christmas cards?
No, I like it.
Remember,
yeah, but no,
everybody.
Grape
they'll
juice.
bring one more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, little grape juice. Yeah. We got it all. Yes, with all of us. Yeah, I think we've. Yeah. I think this is.
Oh, you're so nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you from the beginning to the end.
It's been a long road.
Cheers.
Yeah.
And a very wonderful one to look back on. Third field at back. Huh?
Third field at back. I was.
Not too many people know that place.
Oh, I couldn't walk. I was put on a door.
Yeah.
And carried, this is down at the Cambodian border, and carried to the evacuation helicopter, dust off something or other, and they slid me in, and I stretched, and the door stretched out, so they couldn't close the doors. So my toes hung out the door all on the flight up to Saigon, to 3rd evac.
Wow.
Amazing.
The crazy things that landed. You know, the people.
Yes.
I had one guy.
That's
who had
amazing.
an
They talk
RPG
shop.
round lodged in his shoulder
Can
that
imagine.
didn't go
Wow.
off.
Look
Wow.
what you did here today. I know I was going to say about my dad, and I thought I'm just going to start
Yeah.
bawling.
Oh my
No,
God.
no, but they're
When
with
were you
us.
there?
No, but they're with us. I mean, my God, if you
Uh-huh.
don't feel
But you said
the
you were there 2
presence
years?
of Jesus Christ in this room, I don't know. It would be
Yeah.
so
And what? And
so
what
proud.
was
We
your
did
job?
it
Were you,
as hard as it is.
what-
We were on the edge of a cliff looking, oh, we've got that far to fall, and they're filming it live. Tomorrow will be pure joy. Today was the art form, the complicated part. Yeah, here we are. Ghibli. Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right, everybody, glasses up. Okay, look at the camera over here.
All right.
Ghibli. Ghibli. I'm left-handed.
So am I.
You mean Einstein. That was it. Yay, and having you here, sir, just completes the circle.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. So where do you live and what do you do?
I live in Santa Fe and I run a spice company that works on the back of Roots of Peace.
You run what?
A spice company. We buy
A spice company.
Yeah, we buy spice.